Indigo Sky, aka Trigger Ranking. Y'all back at it. Y'all back with me again. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe, share, man. And y'all flood the sorry, I just woke up. Y'all flood the chat with where y'all come from. Y'all want to donate the channel, follow me on other platforms, everything in the description. We about to
Bruh,
do Panda Press just dropped a new one like less than 40 minutes ago by Diddy again. Let's go, y'all.
listen close. Everybody been screaming lawsuits, $1 billion threats, Netflix this, 50 that, but none of that mattered. What actually changed everything? A calm little statement. No yelling, no threats, no drama. Just one sentence that quietly told the whole truth. And once that sentence hit, the game was already over. Because now, Netflix doesn't need opinions. They don't need leaks. They don't need spin. I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. We don't care. They got receipts. And Diddy can't undo what was just said. And the craziest part, it all comes down to 3 days nobody was supposed to notice. So let's get one thing straight. This wasn't a leak rumor. This wasn't blogs guessing. This wasn't Twitter detectives wilding. This was a clean statement. Cold, professional, no emotion attached. The videographer basically said, I didn't release it. Nobody authorized by me released it.
I never said it.
A third party covered for 3 days. End of story. And right there, that sentence killed about 90% of Diddy's legal angles. Because notice what he didn't say. He didn't say it was stolen. He didn't say Netflix hacked us. He didn't say we were robbed. He said someone else had access. And when someone has access legally, the fight isn't theft anymore. It's ownership.
Turn on the lights! Big time players and big time plays.
Hold on, y'all come right back.
Ownership. And ownership is where Diddy's problems start stacking. Now here's the part people are skipping right past. And this is where the adults lean forward. The statement said there were no contract issues. That sounds harmless, right? Nah, that's legal poison. Because no contract issues usually means one thing. There was no contract. And if there was no contract binding the freelancer, then guess what? That footage didn't belong to Diddy by default.
Psych!
Which means Netflix didn't steal anything. They bought or licensed footage from someone who had the legal right to hand it over. That's not scandal, that's business. And suddenly, Diddy isn't fighting Netflix, he's fighting his own lack of paperwork. Let's talk about those 3 days, because people keep treating that like a defense. Oh, it was only 3 days.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Bruh, that's not better. 3 days is enough time to copy everything. 3 days is enough time to move files. 3 days is enough time to license footage if nobody locked it down. And here's the part nobody wants to say out loud. If the system was so loose that one person covering for a weekend had full access, then the system was broken by design. That's not betrayal, that's negligence. And courts don't protect negligence. This is where the power dynamic flips. Netflix didn't clap back emotionally, they didn't threaten, they didn't argue online. They said calmly, the footage was legally obtained. That's it, no extra sauce. And when a billion-dollar company says that publicly, that means their lawyers already checked everything twice. Chain of custody, licensing, permissions. And now if Diddy keeps yelling stolen, that's not defense anymore. That's risking
They're gonna fuck around and sue his ass.
defamation, which is why suddenly the threats got quiet. See, everyone keeps yelling betrayal like this was some movie plot twist. Nah, this wasn't betrayal, this was access. And when access exists without airtight control, people move accordingly. Because think about it, if one temporary replacement had full reach, files, drives, footage, that means the camp was already leaking air. That's not a snake sneaking in. That's a door left open. And here's the uncomfortable part.
Got back
This
door.
didn't happen after the arrest. This didn't happen after the headlines.
This happened before the arrest. Yeah, let's see what Panda said. Let's see what he said.
This happened before everything exploded,
Mm-hmm.
which tells me people around him already knew something ugly was coming. You noticed how fast the cease and desist died, right? Like, it barely lived a news cycle. That's not normal, because if Netflix felt even a little shaky, you would have seen silence, delay, corporate hedging. Instead, they responded clean and firm. Translation, their lawyers already reviewed the footage source, the chain, and the risk. A cease and desist only works when the other side is scared. Netflix wasn't. And when a giant isn't scared, that means you don't have leverage. Here's the chess move people miss. That videographer statement, it didn't just protect Netflix, it protected 52. Because once the source is framed as a third party with access, not theft, the narrative shifts from illegal leak to licensed material. And once that shift happens, you can't scream conspiracy anymore without proof. Now every threat becomes risky. Every accusation opens you up to countersuits. So instead of Netflix being on defense, Diddy becomes the one who has to prove wrongdoing. And that's a brutal position to be in. This is the part that should worry people who still think this is just a documentary. Because when a statement like this drops, it's usually not the end of the story. It's the foundation. Foundations get laid before expansions. More footage, more context.
I keep telling y'all, boy, I really feel like, hey, it might be ugly, man. Might get ugly out here, y'all. It might be about 2-3 more parts of this shit, man.
More episodes, and now every new release doesn't look like exploitation. It looks like continuation. That's dangerous, because public opinion doesn't turn on one clip. It turns on patterns. Here's the slick part nobody's spelling out. Once the videographer publicly says, I didn't release it, but someone authorized was covering for me, that nukes the word stolen. And in court, words matter. Stolen means crime. Accessed means permissions. Authorized coverage means chain of custody just got real blurry. That's why this statement is dangerous. Because now Diddy can't scream theft without explaining who had access, they had it, and what controls were in. No defense team wants to open that door. People keep focusing on the clips. Wrong focus. The real danger is everything that comes attached. Metadata, dates, timelines, locations. When footage exists in long form, raw,
That means, I keep saying the same fucking thing, bro. Put the fucking camera down, dog.
cut files, you don't just see moments, you see patterns. Who's present, who's missing, who shows up before major events, who disappears after. That's how narratives get rebuilt. And once a timeline locks in, you can't spin your way out of it. Let me tell you what's missing right now. No aggressive press tour, no fiery denials, no counter documentary threats.
Come on now, dog.
Just
Come
quiet.
on, man.
And silence at this stage, that's not strategy. That's containment. Because when statements stop being emotional and start being legal, it means everyone's been told to shut up. No freelancing, no rogue quotes, no off the record leaks, which tells me this isn't about winning headlines anymore. It's about minimizing damage. And that usually happens when the people involved know more is coming. Look, this ain't just about a videographer putting out a statement to save face. This ain't just Netflix saying, nah, we covered our tracks. This is about power quietly changing hands. Because once footage exists outside your control, once timelines stop being rumors and start becoming records, once third parties speak in that careful, lawyer-approved language, yeah, that's when you know the real damage already happened. People keep asking, did this statement help Diddy? Nah, wrong question. The real question is, who did it help? Because this statement wasn't emotional, it wasn't defensive, it wasn't loud, it was surgical. And when statements start sounding like that, somebody's already seen things they don't want to explain later. Now everybody's acting calm. But calm doesn't mean safe. Calm means lawyers talk. Calm means exposure was measured. Calm means certain lines were already crossed behind closed doors. And once that happens, there's no unleaking footage. There's no putting the genie back in the
Yeah,
bottle.
this shit over with. Like, once that shit got out the bag, bro, it's a wrap, dog. That shit was, I knew that shit was over as soon as it hit. I was like, when I heard that shit was dropping, I was like, oh, it's over with, bro. I already knew what it was, bro. It's gonna be, and my grandma said, it's gonna be hell on the hill, nigga, shit.
You can do now is wait and hope your name doesn't pop up where it shouldn't. This statement didn't end anything. It repositioned everything. And that's why I'm telling you, this chapter ain't closing. It's just getting quieter right before it gets louder again. What do you think Netflix is holding that they haven't shown yet? If more breaks, I'll be right back. Actually, have you watched the one I dropped moments ago? Click it now. I'll see you there.
That's it.
And
I don't know which one was this one.
Come together and enjoy stripes, snaps, and endless laugh.
Bruh, if your lawyers look more stressed than you do, you already lost. And right now, Diddy's legal team looks like they just realized the seatbelt don't work. Because secret recordings don't just expose clients, they turn lawyers into witnesses. That means careers on the line, licenses on the line, freedom on the line.
Crazy.
One lawyer already dipped last year. Now 140 hours of tapes are floating around. So nah, this ain't.
So I guess that's why it makes sense now that one lawyer just quit almost to the end of the case. And when that one lawyer quit, he picked up Brian Steele. Because Brian Steele had just got through with the thug case.
About Diddy fighting Netflix anymore. This is about lawyers quietly asking themselves, am I on those tapes?
I hope so.
Let me be very clear. Diddy being stressed, that's normal. That comes with the territory. But when your lawyers start looking sick, when they stop talking, when they stop doing media, when they stop clapping back, that's different. Because lawyers don't panic over headlines. They panic over exposure. And right now, this case isn't centered on whether Diddy survives. It's about whether the defense team survives intact. That's when you know something shifted behind the scenes. See, a lawyer's job is to be a wall. Everything hits them, nothing leaks through. But the moment a client secretly records them, that wall cracks. Because now the lawyer isn't just defending, they're protecting themselves. Anything said in those calls, strategy, frustration, hypotheticals, jokes.
We did this one earlier, but let me check this Poetic Flacco joint out. Yeah, he did a good one with the 21 Savage shit. This Poetic Flacco talking about Ebro.
Ebro got fired earlier today, and he came online to give his reasoning for why he thinks he got fired, and is delusional, bro. This is levels of delusion that I hope I never reach. I got no problems with Ebro, but hearing him explain why his show got canceled is one of the saddest things you'll see all day. Even how he announced the show was over was kind of weird. His co-host was pouring out their hearts with multi-paragraph posts on Instagram and Twitter about how they're so sad it ended. And Ebro was pretty like nonchalant, dare I say cryptic. Bro really tweeted, "It's done. More to come." Ebro in the morning. Like he was dropping a Wolves bomb or something, man. And in actuality, the people who care about this show and then is pretty niche is not that big.
Yeah.
This was
nobody
not
was
some type
checking
of
for this.
Wolves bomb where you come and you just and then you close your screen and then 50 million views. That's not how this works, buddy. Okay. Now let's compare Ebro's announcement to his co-host announcement. Look at how Laura Stiles announced the show was over. We had the best time, the most beautiful listeners, and got to work with legends I love. I am so proud of the work we did together. I lived so many of my dreams at High 97 and got to work with my best friends. And best friends don't let go, trust me. She tagged Ebro and Rosenberg, and I have plans and more coming next year. Stay tuned, we got plans next. It's a recurring theme. We seen that when the Bigger Picture got canceled. DJ had Elliot and Jeremy Hatch. The first thing they said was, stay tuned, we got something bigger coming next. Ebro and them got fired, plans coming next. I like Emmanuel Acho's approach when he got fired from Fox. Emmanuel Acho said, listen, I can tell y'all something is next, but y'all just gonna have to wait and find out. We should know about the plans when the plans is here. Like when the plans have been finalized and the ink is dry, that's what we should know about the plans, okay? Now, Laura Stiles was incredibly thankful to High 97. Ebro has taken a different approach, but he ain't thankful for a goddamn thing. Ebro is pissed off. And he took the camera to express himself. And here's what he had to say in regards to why he got fired.
Ain't nobody was checking for that shit, though.
Make sure you subscribe to Ebro in the morning on YouTube.
You see how fast life comes at you? I just want to be petty for a second, okay? Ebro has spent a decade talking down on YouTubers, how we're not journalists, how we're not real hip-hop media, how the radio is hip-hop media, only for him to run a YouTube once the label threw him to the curb. That's what we call irony, people.
Told y'all a couple of weeks ago when they tried to run that Andrew Cuomo play on me. Remember that shit? And then they tried, you know, when the Trumpster got in office. Listen, man, I don't capitulate well, bro. Been doing this too long. You look around all the major media outlets. Look at all the major media outlets. All of them. Look at all of them. They all gotta fold up because they all trying to renew their deals, their licenses. They all, well, in this particular situation, we'll get into more specifics another time. Bro's a casino owner. You know those 3 licenses that they got here in New York City for the casinos? The guy that owns one of the casinos licenses. He gotta raise $500,000, bro. $500 million, excuse me. They need my talking anti-Netanyahu, anti-government, progressive out the way, bro.
Here's my problem with this. I don't have a problem with Ebro's politics. Me and Ebro probably align and agree on 99.9% of things. I've never seen Ebro sell out. And I gotta put that on the table right now. I ain't never seen Ebro sell out. I've seen a lot of other people tap in. I ain't never seen Ebro tap in. Ebro has been consistent with his messaging, and for that you kind of have to applaud it. Rather than not you agree or disagree, you kind of have to applaud it. But my problem with this is a problem I've been seeing when it comes to media. We just seen Tim Pool do it. Everybody is obsessed with being a martyr. Everybody is obsessed with being a martyr. Everybody. Everybody believes that they are more important than what they really are. Everybody believes that the matrix and the infrastructure is after them. Ebro is essentially saying he's Jimmy Kimmel Part 2, that the new administration, Trump and them, don't like him. So the owners may have tried to get him out the paint to placate to Trump and his administration. So first he blames Trump, and then he says, hold on. They're trying to raise $500 million for this casino. They might have to reach into the pockets of some Israeli billionaires. And they might not like how the main show on this radio station is anti-Netanyahu.
Now you can get Zaxby's Asian sensation flavor on a salad, their famous chicken fingers, or in a giant
Radio station is anti-Netanyahu. I can almost guarantee you that if Ebro's voice was loud enough, that may have been the case. But Ebro in the morning don't have to reach. I can almost guarantee you that these folks didn't look at Ebro in the morning and says, man, y'all are just too impactful, y'all are just too powerful, y'all are just too progressive, y'all are making it hard for us.
Yeah, that's a delusion. Bro, I ain't watched that damn show in years, man. I don't watch that shit.
Problem is the show wasn't impactful enough. This is the Hot 97 YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel is mainly Ebro in the morning clips. So how do you look at these numbers? 4,000 views, 2,000 views, 2,000 views, 1.6 thousand views, 1.5 thousand views.
I got more views
on a
than that
channel
shit
with
on
3.5 million subscribers. How do you look at these numbers and say, yeah, they...
I got roughly around 2,500 subs. And bro, I get that off of one fucking AI video, nigga, more than that, bro. Like,
got me out of here because I was too progressive.
They
got
ain't
me out
gotta
of
be
here because
talking
my
in
voice was
this
too
bitch.
powerful and impactful. You don't think they got you out of here because it wasn't translating to this new digital age? The numbers weren't there. People didn't care about the podcast or the platform any longer. People didn't care about the radio station. You think that it was easy for these people to look at the Breakfast Club and what the Breakfast Club is doing, and then look at you guys and say, man, come on, man, bro, y'all had a head start. You think that people who are writing your...
Damn, they came out before the Breakfast Club, and they get numbers like that.
That's a High 97.
That's bad.
You think it's comfortable for them? Because the Breakfast Club is the premier show on Power 105. Ebro in the Morning is the premier show on Hot 97. You think the people who are writing your checks, and I would imagine y'all getting paid six figures each and every year. You think that they were happy to write out six-figure checks and then look at their competitor and they say, damn, bruh, they're doing 200,000, they doing like 100,000, 200, bro, they're doing a lot of clips, they're doing great interviews. Compared to ours, which we're not even performing at all. We don't even have the digital currency. We're not even, nobody is using our conversations, our topics, our show. We're not driving the conversation on social media. You think they were happy to see their competitors in their premiere show and how their premiere show is impactful and how their premiere show is doing? Versus the premiere show on Hot 97, which is Ebro in the Morning, and you look at y'all show and then you say, what? Bruh, golly, bruh, like how would, bro, this not fair. They got the Breakfast Club and we got Ebro in the Morning and we don't even got a studio for them. They don't even show up in studio anymore, bruh. They do the show from home. Who was the last guest, the last impactful interview you seen Ebro in the Morning interview?
Damn, they doing that shit from the house, bro. I see. That's how long I have not been watching it because it's like, bro, you doing your shit from the house. That's why I work, bro.
Who was it? You can name one. Probably Wale. And even that didn't go viral. The last viral interview they did was with Cuomo. And Ebro was right? You know, he asked Cuomo about his alliance to Trump, and Cuomo kind of stuttered his way through. By the time we look up, the entire interview got pulled down. So Ebro is right. It feels like the owners of Hot 97, yeah, they kind of have gotten in business with people who kind of want them to be more politically moderate, and Ebro in the Morning was kind of really progressive. Maybe that's the case, but I can almost guarantee you, if you were doing Breakfast Club numbers, these people ain't, they're not taking you guys nowhere. If you were doing Breakfast Club number, if you were doing 400, 500,000 views, if you was driving culture, you guys won't be going anywhere. You guys are going somewhere right now because your numbers are not up to par. Why would you then blame you being progressive opposed to looking at your numbers and saying, yeah, this wasn't cutting it?
They need me out the way. They trying to get to these bags that these VCs got, raise some capital. They don't really care, like, especially for like a Hot 97 and a WBLS. They don't give a f about hip hop or black music or black community. They don't give a f about none of that. They give a f about access. They give a f about being able to bring their little nerdy friends to the concerts, because that helps them raise money. They've been trying to get to me for years, bro. Years. But, Ebro in the morning on the YouTubes. Subscribe. And we'll get into it, you know what I'm saying? Shayla!
Garden Lights shines with new features and familiar favors through January 11th. Get tickets today.
4 kids, a busy weeknight, and the what's for dinner question hits hard. Hamburger Helper makes it easy.
Shayla!
This is Ebro's lived experience. So if he believes that he was targeted for his political views, he knows these people better than I know them. But what I could tell Ebro is, look at the reaction to your show being canceled and ask yourself, do you think the people think you're somebody who can't be bought out? Do you think the people think...
I didn't even know they got canceled. That's the sad part about it.
Think you're somebody who nobody has their hands in your pockets? Do you think the people think you're somebody who's objective? No, they don't. If you read the comments, F. Oh, word? Y'all have to jump ship before the payola Rico hit, huh? Well, this is like Drake fans, right? And obviously, we might just get hit with the Rico. How corrupted is the hip-hop industry at this point for how long? How come you do yourself as somebody who's objective and can be bought out, but the minute you announce your show ended, the first thing people think is, oh, you got caught receiving money for your opinions. Bruh, don't get too comfortable at Apple Music either. More to come might be a double termination. Bruh, I guess that last people attempt to look unbiased was a little too late, huh, Ebro? Praise God, it's over. God is good. Now keep niggas' name out your mouth. Good riddance, bozo. Ha ha ha. Karma is a B. Ain't nobody subscribing to that YouTube either. For years, you try to pretend you were some gatekeeper. That's the best comment I've seen all day. Ebro refused to adapt to the times. Ebro was placed in a position of power, a position of authority in hip hop. And what did Ebro do with that authority? Ebro ostracized certain artists. Ebro refused to accept certain artists. You know, do you guys understand that when the SoundCloud movement was popping, Ebro had an opportunity to ingratiate himself with artists like Uzi Vert and Playboy Carti and Juice WRLD and XXXTentacion, even Lil Yachty. But instead what Ebro did, Ebro made fun of them, Ebro mocked them, Ebro said they weren't hip hop. He told Lil Uzi Vert to his face, you won't be relevant in 5 or 6 years now. Look who's more relevant right now. Uzi Vert is more relevant right now than Ebro. For 100% fact. And he just had Wale on his show, where Wale is telling him, bro, you were wrong about that Uzi prediction. Him being so stubborn and refused to that he still thinks he was right about Uzi Vert. When Uzi Vert right now is a superstar.
I gotta say something, man. And by the way,
That's got into it. Yachty, right? Like Uzi, one of them?
Uzi. Nah, I don't got into
it. You said Uzi wasn't gonna be something?
Nah, Uzi didn't want to rhyme over a certain beat.
No,
he was like, I'm gonna be a rock star. And I said,
this ain't no Mandela effect thing. No,
rock star.
This ain't no
Mandela
Mandela.
thing.
Yeah, he ain't gonna be like he ain't gonna blow up or something like that.
No,
No, I
he
didn't say
said
that.
rock star.
He said he was gonna be a rock star, and I said, we're gonna decide that.
He is.
I mean, he still ain't sold out on stadium.
I mean, rock stars don't need to sell out a stadium.
They do.
What about
the
the
star?
No, rock star is a rock star.
Says who?
The culture.
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
Don't he got
I
like
disagree.
Don't he got like 2 diamond singles?
Okay, 2 singles. What about
I'm just saying 2
these
diamond
albums?
singles, bro.
Y'all be lowering the bar. Y'all be lowering the bar.
And then also is his influence too. That makes you a rock star. His influence is undeniable.
So he's a rock star. So listen, with that measurement, don't mean bad when we lower the bar and people don't give shit its proper due because we lower the bars.
We ain't talking about the best lyricist. We ain't talking about that. He's in his genre. He's a rock star.
What genre is that?
It's like a subgenre of hip hop, but like it's still evolving. It's not, you know what I'm saying? But you know the genre. Whatever it say, right in that little circle on Apple. Similar shit.
To somebody who's been given a position of authority in hip hop, saying that considering Lil Uzi Vert a superstar is lowering his standard. Do you understand? Like, Lil Uzi Vert has multiple diamond records. Since you said he was gonna be irrelevant, but he won't point to how he didn't adapt to the times. He won't point to how his show numbers were abysmal. He will point to, oh man, I was just spitting some real stuff, man. That's why they got me out of here, bro. I was just spitting facts too much. All right, man.
Well, yeah, people that I've worked with for a long time, man. They know who I am. They know what I stick.
I forgot about you. I know who you is, but I forgot about your ass, man.
And for the communities that listen and have supported us, they know, y'all know how I rock. Y'all know what type of shit I pop. So, yeah. But I told you, listen, if you listen to Ebro in the morning, I told y'all they was hunting. I told you they was hunting. And we gonna keep talking.
We don't want y'all talking. We want y'all talking reasonable, logical, objective hip hop opinions. Like, that's what we tap into y'all for. Like, y'all don't need to turn into the internet trolls. Y'all can just give real opinions about real things, and we'll watch y'all. But, hey, listen, man. Y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think, bro? Listen, I'm gonna give their YouTube show a chance. I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna tap in and give their YouTube show a chance, okay? Let me know.
Man, I'm not giving them niggas shit. We going to Trap More Raws and find out about this David thing an hour ago. Let's see what happened. Trap More Raws, y'all.
Own a vacation rental? If it's not listed on Booking.com, it's invisible to millions of travelers on our platform. Don't let your vacation rental be invisible. Get seen, get booked. On Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
The Power Move isn't showing up late on purpose. It's data insights with FedEx, the new Power Move.
Trapmore gang, I've got some crazy information about David and the women in his life that I'm going to show you in this video. Now, there's been a lot of talk about a potential feed.
Y'all check out Trap More Raws check on the Trap More Raws channel, man.
Male accomplice being very close to being arrested for not testifying in front of the grand jury. I also covered one of David's close friends, Asia, seemingly fleeing the country and popping up in Oslo, Norway in a recent video. I'm not saying we know exactly who might have been that person the police are saying are being uncooperative, but what I'm about to show you in this video is some very creepy, deleted and hidden messages, allegedly, in my opinion, potentially, could be David sending secret messages to Celeste and Asia about everything that was going on. And if some of this stuff that I'm going to show you in this video is true, there's going to be a couple people that are going to be overly cooked. But let's get into it, because a lot of this relates to the secret Instagram page, Extra David, which I showed you very recently. Now, as previously discussed in my previous video about David snitching on himself in these posts, okay, I broke it down to you that there's been a lot of questions about this image, this creepy image of a beach, and this clip of smoking deaths this year, which we discussed in a previous video. Now, the date on this is very suspicious. I don't even see that. It says January the 2nd. And there's a lot of reports that this is the date, this is the last date that Celeste was actually seen alive. There's been theories that perhaps this is the date or around this date that she actually lost her life. And there's just some very, very creepy things related to this picture, okay? This says death from smoking. Very twisted. Now, this beach that's pictured in this image as depicted, this is the same beach that's used in the album cover for this Withered project, okay? Or the Withered Deluxe, Marcescence. This was originally intended to be coming out on September the 19th and it had all these people featuring on it that definitely won't want to be associated with it now. But there's a couple of things in this that I missed previously and a lot of other people missed previously. And if you ask me, it looks bad. This is bad, just like the thumbnails be saying, okay? I don't know if you're ready for what I'm about to show you. Okay, if you zoom in on both of these pictures, you start to notice something very strange. Now, can you notice anything about this image? Can you notice anything about this image? Okay, it looks, according to some people, let me zoom in. Hang on, let me get my little magnifying glass attachment. Now here, if you notice exactly where my cursor is here, people are saying that it looks like this arm is severed. It looks like there's a cut out of this arm, right? That's not how the arm should be attached to the body. Some people think this is a hidden message. So not only is this woman, this looks like a girl to me, it's a skirt, looking like the arm's a little bit severed. Then you look at the other person on the right, that's looking like a stump. That's looking like a severed arm too. Now there were reports that the body was cut up. There's been all these conflicting reports. People are trying to deny it. People are claiming it. It's really still very unclear whether or not the body was chopped up. But I personally think that Celeste's body was, unfortunately, and I'm not trying to belittle or make light of this situation, but I do think that the body had been cut up, and I do think that I do think that
them niggas on some weird shit, bro. Like they dismember this child, bro. This is crazy, man.
There's hidden messages in David's music, in my opinion, in his music, his artwork, his cover arts that hint towards things that were going on with her. And I do think this could potentially be another one. And I think this beach and the day that this picture was, this is the exact same picture from the Instagram, okay? And he's superimposed these drawings on top of them. I don't think it's a coincidence that two of these characters look like they have severed arms. I just keep it very real, okay? Keep it very real. And it's we're seeing sort of arms in ways that maybe this is looking like a stump. There's a lot of imagery, and you can say that it's a reach, but there's been a lot of imagery in his work over the years that there's we're looking back on it now, white roses with bloodstains on them, etc. that don't be looking too good. Now, the day after David posted that original beach photo on Instagram, the 2nd of January 2025, that's a date that a lot of people think is very significant, and they think maybe that's the day that Celeste lost her life. The day after that, he posted another image, right? This is in Millard Canyon Falls, a national park an hour from Los Angeles. Now, I've talked about this image. This says hi, I don't know if this is spray painted on a rock or it looks like a rock. If you flip this upside down, it says 14. All right, it's what it is. I don't actually know in OBS how I can flip something upside down, but just twist your head upside down or just take my word for it. If you flip this upside down, it's 14, all right? That was Celeste's age at this time. The caption says, "My site is beautiful." Now, people are commenting, so you killed her by these dates. How are these comments still open? This is psychotic behavior, but it is creepy as hell. Now, this area maybe isn't too significant, but there's some other things that were going on around this time that are very, very creepy. Now I'm going to introduce you to something very strange. And I've not spoken about this on this channel before, and I've seen people posting about this on Reddit, and I really needed my time to go and do my due diligence into this website. But this is a website called the Unsent Project, okay? And I'm going to be very careful what I show you on here, okay? But I'm going to explain to you what this is about. This is a website called the unsentproject.com, a collection of unsent text messages to first loves. The Unsent Project is a collection of over 5 million unsent text messages to first loves. Messages are submitted anonymously from people all over the world. Rora Blue started the Unsent Project in 2015 to figure out what color people see love in. To investigate this, submissions are displayed on the color the submitter associates with their first. The content of the submissions are wide-ranging, encompassing just about every emotion. The term first love is open to interpretation, and messages have been submitted to lovers, best friends, exes, parents, siblings, and even pets. I've got grease on my glasses, or I'm going to have to rub this off so I can see through David's nonsense very clearly. All texts are submitted and stored digitally in an online archive, which can be sorted by name and color. The Unsent Project aims to provide an emotional outlet for those that need it. Maybe people that need to get something off their chest. Maybe it's love, maybe it's heartbreak, maybe it's guilt. Now, On the website, you can search by name. What name do you think we're going to search? What name do you think we're going to search? You can search by name, and under the name Celeste, there's several messages from anonymous users, right? Several messages to Celestes.
There are a lot of crazy toilets in Steal the Brain Rot. But what if I were to tell you there's a special toilet that's about to join the group? Hey.
I hope one day I can show how much I've grown for you. Even after all of this time, I realize with you, I had it all. I still love you. That's black. That's got a black background. This one's green. I miss our memories together. I hope we become friends again. I love you, Sally Welly. I haven't forgotten about you, always. You will always have a special place in my heart, no matter how many times you leave and come back.
Hold on.
We've become such good friends, and I'm scared to leave that behind. All right? It feels like forgetting you will never be an option for me, Celeste. I miss talking to you. You're the bright star in my life. Cel, I miss you. If one day you ever decide you miss me too, I'll be here, I promise this time. All right? Interesting stuff. I'm sorry about everything, and I miss your pretty voice, Celly Cel. Now, people have...
This man talking to a little girl like that, bro. This is crazy, dog. But how this man ain't locked up, I don't know how, bro.
Initially dismissed this site, and for me, I didn't really fully understand what this site was all about when I started seeing people posting these in Reddit. I didn't fully grasp it. I didn't understand. And it's impossible to prove that any of these were sent from David. It's impossible to prove who sent what. I really hope this is just temporary and that you'll come back. Please just give it another chance. I hate you, but I love you. Help me decide. I love you, my angel. You really hurt me, but I'm more upset at myself for not letting you go. I miss you even after what you did. I'm sorry, truly am, but I'm always here for you. Some of this stuff is creepy, right? Some of this stuff is very, very creepy. Now, at a certain point, okay, we can say, oh, none of these can be David. But at certain points, you start seeing things that are like, hang on a minute. This is some shit I heard David talk about before, okay? Don't feel ready for this. But one of the messages on the site that is directed to a Celeste talks about a little known theory called the invisible string theory. You will forever be the one that got away. I hope that the invisible string theory exists for us.
Damn, dog. That sounds like some weird talk right there.
Posted February 22nd, 2025. I hope the invisible string theory exists for us. Now, if you're wondering what that's all about, okay, David released a song on his Withered album titled Invisible String Theory, and a lot of people believe, in their opinion, I want to be very careful with my wording, and in my opinion, sounds a lot like Celeste talking on the track. Now, can't play you this, all right? Can't play you this, but it sounds, a lot of people believe that her voice is on this, all right? And they're talking about, I loved you before you existed. The invisible string theory meant that there's like a string between us that was supposed to, connect us. I'll pull up the lyrics on Genius for you guys just so you can see. But this invisible string theory, all right, they're saying it's literally her voice, so sinister. Guys, that is her voice. TMZ released a live stream video and that is her, exactly how she talks and all. This is literally her voice, bro. There's a live stream of her talking on it. Invisible string theory. Invisible string theory. You'll forever be the one that got away. I hope it exists for us.
Damn.
Right? I'm just telling you what it is. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. This is the song, or it's really an interlude, but it's a conversation, it's a back and forth. It doesn't even say on here who's talking, but we think we know. We have our opinions. We have our opinions, and we think we have an understanding of what this is all about. Now, our boy David, right? Our boy David, our guy, David, all right? I'm sick of this guy. Sick of this guy. Our guy David. Okay, look, I'll just give you a quick, I can give you back. Have you ever heard of the invisible string theory? So basically, because we met, we were supposed to be, we're connected, was because we're supposed to be connected. I love you before I existed. I'll love you even when I die. Creepy as hell. How are you putting that on an album that came out in April 25th, 2025? It actually makes, my blood's boiling right now, I'm not gonna lie to you. Now, David himself would later explain the meaning of invisible string theory in an interview. Okay, and this has gone around quite a lot, you might see this.
Can you break down the invisible string theory?
Yeah, so basically it's like this, it's a South Korean ideology where from birth we're connected to our soulmate. It can be a lover, friends, teachers, anybody. You're connected to them from birth, and you're led to them through the course of your life to meet them or, you know, interact with them at some point and to help them, or they add something to your life. It's almost transactional, but it's like an emotional transaction. Like you're meant to help this person, or you're meant to learn something from this person. Like me and you could have a string. Me and you could have a string. Me and you have a string, you know? So everybody, many strings? There's so many. Yes, you're connected to so many different people. Yeah. And that connection can either be severed or not severed, depending on who you ask, because it's
severed, yeah? Severed. All right.
Also, the Japanese version, where the Scarlet Theory, where if you build up too much bad karma, that can be severed, or if you do somebody wrong, that connection is severed and it's not repairable. So there's different versions of
severed and not repairable. All right, yeah, all right.
Of this, but I view it as we're all connected through a universal emotion called love, and that's why my album is mostly dealing with the theme of love. And I connect.
Sick of this guy, man. Honestly, I'm sick of this guy. But look. All right, invisible string theory. It seems to me, just based on the fact that this is something he was talking about, he was familiar with this website, potentially, right? This could be someone else. This could be the note. It's hard for me to believe. It's just in my opinion, based on what I'm seeing. I personally feel like this him. To Celeste. We ain't heard about Celeste. This ain't somebody trolling David after we've seen his shit on the news and we found out who this little girl was. This is back in February. This is before that song even dropped. This is before the invisible string theory even dropped, 2 months before. I hope it exists for us, even though she's no longer here now. Are you ready for this? Okay. On January the 4th, 2025, just 2 days after January the 2nd, when that photo on the beach was posted, and it's the last day that Celeste has been proven to be seen alive, a series of messages started popping up on the Unsent project. To Celeste. Just take a look at this. Bro, I think to Celeste, I think about you every day. I know it's my fault, but I hope you'll come back someday. Next up.
Not the holidays until you've seen Garden Lights Holiday Nights at the Atlanta Botanical Garden. Get tickets now.
Right after high school, I was looking for a job, and my father had a friend that worked in the shipyard industry.
This is on. Is this May? I'll be getting the American dates mixed up. Let me just check the last one. So is that the? Okay, just for the record, so I can show you that my research at some point, right? Okay, so it is. It's American format date, so that is the month. That would be February the 22nd. So. Right, quite literally. Okay, wait a minute. So quite literally, right, that date where she supposedly was last seen on the 2nd of January. So this is 1 day after that image on the beach was posted, right? And that's when he's saying, "I think about you every day." Well, that's who knows who it is. To Celeste, "I think about you every day. I know it's my fault, but I hope you'll come back someday." Right, and as days go on. Through January 2025, more and more soppy messages to a Celeste. This is on the 5th of January 2025. To Celeste, "I hope you know I don't blame either of us. I forgive you." And it continues. It continues. To Celeste, "I can't remember how to say your name," in dark green. That's on the 7th of January 2025. A whole lot of Celeste messages flooding through on this website. This is on the 10th of January. To Celeste, "Why'd you let it build up instead of bringing it up and fixing it? We would still be together, my love." This is so creepy. Next up.
This is crazy.
Celeste.
Hey. Anybody who got kids, man, watch out for your kids, bro. Please protect your children.
On the 12th of January 2025, "I miss you and hold you so close to my heart. I hope you get everything you need and deserve in life, baby." Now, the next message is particularly interesting because this next message, just so you got some context of when this happened during the LA wildfires, okay? Shout out to Wikipedia, but I'm not doing it right now. Okay, this is from January the 7th to the 31st, 2025. Okay, a series of wildfires that affected the LA area and San Diego County. I was there. I could see this. All right? I could see the embers growing. It was very, very sad. But essentially, this next message I'm going to show you, because this was going on during this period of 2025 in January, now you understand this next message, we know where this person was. To Celeste, and this is a black background, okay, on the 20th of January 2025. I wish I could have ran away with you. I hope you're in good health and safe away from the fire. Tongue out emoji. So this kind of touches on some of the geography. Now, here's where things are going to start getting creepy and more people are going to get involved. Because as I've discussed in a previous video, David's relationship with Neo, with his close friend circle, Neo and Asia Collins, they've always been viewed as highly suspicious, right? This is a picture that's been going around on Reddit. This is where David's stating that all of these people are his family, but every single one of them have wiped him from their pages following the discovery of Celeste's body. Okay, this is the fam. People saying Celeste Ferreira looks nothing like the younger one. This is apparently Celeste, the other Celeste, Neo, and Asia. Now, Redditors would actually note that Neo and David only started liking Asia Collins' posts after January 2025. You calling these people the fam, you ain't liking any of the posts until January 2025. And this is a post saying, basically speculating on Asia and David's relationship. It says, I was looking at Asia's Instagram, and as I was scrolling through her pictures, you can see Neo liking all her pictures, and David liked her pictures from this year, but never before. Even the post of his own video clips, he didn't like prior to 2025. I thought that was a bit sus. It had to be due to Celeste not being alive or around anymore. What do you think? So he started liking other chicks' posts after this suspicious January 2025 post on the beach, and they're saying this is the last time Celeste was seen alive. You know what it's like when you're dating somebody, man. You're a guy, you like the wrong pic, you like a little thirst trap, suddenly you're in trouble. Your girl sees it, suddenly you're in trouble. You just like an Instagram post, right? If we could just be more open and honest in our relationships, we'd all be doing better, okay? Just because you liking a booty pic on Instagram, right? If it was a nice booty, you like it, doesn't mean I don't love you. You know what I'm saying? Just like this booty. But that's how it goes, okay? And if your girl is very immature, perhaps so immature that she can't purchase cigarettes in a bodega, you might not be able to like other chicks' posts. 2023, Asia's posting about David's song. He ain't even liking that. So, makes you wonder, how come David suddenly felt like he could start liking these booty thirst pics? I'd like this pic too, I ain't gonna lie, it's not too bad. 2025, he's allowed to like these posts. The likes are cool, right? Interesting. It's extremely odd they don't like her pics from before, especially since they've been friends since at least 2023, right? I was just thinking maybe Celeste felt threatened or jealous of Asia for this reason, and David probably didn't like her pictures before, just David that didn't like her pictures prior to 2025. Neo did like pictures prior. Maybe he only started to like them either after Celeste is deceased, or 2, to make Celeste jealous. 2 wouldn't be possible because Celeste was already dead, right? People saying stop spreading information, but now we're getting updates, and it is possible that she could have passed away then. Yeah, sus that David and Neo are now liking her posts, probably wanting her to keep lying.
I just wonder when the rest gonna go down. Now this shit is just, this the weirdest case I probably ever seen ever. Let's see what the sauce talking about right quick.
What if this year, the real gift was doing something awesome together?
That she worked in an after-hour spot and had Diddy out till 4 a.m. as a child? My thing messed up.
And at this point, lock Diddy mama up too. Cause like, why did you raise your son like that? Like, why did you do that? Why was you telling your son things to the point where his homeboy, that man was almost speechless. Like, he couldn't even talk about how she used to did it. He got stuck. Like, literally had to pause for a second. It was that bad.
Janice Combs, we don't believe you, bro. If you don't know who Janice Combs is, that is the mother of P. Diddy. And she's denying that old boy in the documentary said that Diddy slapped her after that incident that happened with that college party where all the people died. She's sitting there saying, oh, that never happened, that never happened. I don't believe you. You know why I don't believe you? Because you raised Diddy. You had a baby with a drug lord and raised the diddler. I don't trust anything you got to say.
I love you.
You heard about how Diddy mom came out defending him? She made a comment saying that Diddy is not a monster.
Yeah, he not a monster. She is. But I don't want to go there. But she is. She's the fucking monster. Everything else can name. She's the monster. She created that, and y'all gonna see on that Netflix. I'll just check it out. I don't want to go there. You know, because a lot of people like last time probably like, oh yeah, what I want to say about the Netflix thing, the reason why 50 Cent now, the reason I kept telling everybody to check out this because that's so genuine to the point that he's not trying to compensate you. That's why I say they don't give me enough money. He's not trying to pay you. He don't want your story to be led by, you know what I mean? He don't want nobody on there that's led by money. He wants you to tell the truth. He really trying to get to the bottom of something. And I was like, yo, that's a smart ass nigga. You get what I'm saying? Even though I might have wanted money, he looking at it like, nah, like, Nick, I don't want nobody on here that's motivated by money. I'm not paying, you know, he might compensate Nick, but he not trying to get Nick life-changing money for that shit. He's like, Nick, tell your story. If it's real, like, you know what I'm saying? The world want, like, we just want what's real. Well, that's all. The rest, like, when you look at the other stories, a lot of people was caring what Puffy was thinking. A lot of people wanted his friendship. So you don't get the real of him. This DVD gets to the mom. The fucking satanic behind all this shit. It's her. It's her, bro. It's her. She is his. Like, I can't even explain it, bro. She just ain't no, she the devil, bro. That's how I see it. She the devil. Janice Combs is the.
It's like Sleepwalker.
Devil.
That's crazy.
Fred, you might be holding something. First of all, can we talk about that weird-ass kiss that him and his mother just shared? Who is kissing their mothers on the lips?
Like, that doesn't give son and mother dynamic. It gives this is my woman and I do what I want with her.
Understand that, man. Miss Janice Combs been around for a long time, and she's a trendsetter. Where do you think Little Kim, Mary J. Blige, and the rest of them get that blonde hair from?
She is bad boy. You think it's Diddy. It's Janice Combs. Janice Combs is bad boy. Man, you don't actually sign to Diddy. His name is on the dotted line, but you actually sign it to Janice Combs.
So
we are now reacting to the sauce.
Who is Janice Combs? And how does she shape the man the world knows today as Diddy? Born Janice Smalls on December 21st, 1940. She entered the world in Harlem, New York. In an America still reshaping itself after war. And still sharply divided by race, class, and gender. When reflecting on her roots, Janice would later say proudly, Harlem raised me. Not much is recorded about her early childhood.
I don't know about this music.
About a dignified life, despite the limitations.
I don't know if I can play that. I'm gonna refresh it and go to this other. Yeah, I don't know about that music, y'all. I don't know if I can play that music. I don't want to get that. Oh, let me see if I can find nightcap. My nightcap. Oh yeah, I did want to see this one. This nightcap talking about Uncle Ocho, y'all. Nightcap. That's what I'm checking out right now.
I checked Allstate first, saved hundreds on my car insurance.
They're talking about this borough leaving the bank.
Unfortunately, I didn't check to see if anyone was watching before I stole cotton candy from a child. Well, at least I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds.
If you have tried multiple oral antidepressants and
Hello, it's your favorite sports thump here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button to join the fastest growing community on YouTube. Remember, Nightcap doesn't happen without you. So please subscribe or you're going to make Ocho cry. NFL teams have reportedly took notice of Joe Burrow comments this week regarding his recent hardships as he endured through injuries and off-field struggles. Speaking to reporters on Wednesday, Burrow said, "Do I have fun playing? Winning is always fun. But in general, was it fun before? No, I wouldn't say it was that way. I have to do fun things. I have to have fun doing it. If not fun, then what am I doing it for?" Burrow was asked if there was a changing point that made football less enjoyable than it was in previous, to which he responded, reflection on a lot of things that I've done and been through in my career. I think, and I've been through more than most, certainly not easy on the brain or the body, so just trying to have fun, doing it again. He went on to divulge there's just a lot of things going on right now related to both football and personal life. Adam Schefter addressed the situation today, saying, "I can tell you this, other teams in the league took notice. I can tell you that for a fact. I know that because I was texting with some of them." Ocho?
Yes, sir.
One of two things gonna happen.
Shit, we'll take them. Atlanta will take them.
Talk to me.
If the Bengals don't fix this, what's going on? He gonna retire early, or he gonna pull a Carson Palmer. Now you know that number. You know that number very well. 9, don't you, Ocho?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What did number 9 say? Number 9 left all that money on the table and said, "You know what? I'd rather go home and not make another dime."
Right. Yeah. Hey, but this is great. This is also interesting. And I think Joe's words or how he's feeling right now in present time, coming off of a loss, having injuries, taking back and looking back at injury history and where we are as a team right now, collectively, as a group, he's not feeling well. Therefore, it's not fun to him. Of course it's not fun. Losing isn't fun. All his life, Joe Burrow has always wanted all that he's done. On and off the field. He's always won. So it's weighing in on him, and he expressed those feelings on how he feels right now. The game is fun. You have to create the fun. You have to personally create the fun. And with doing that, that also comes with you being consistent at your job and allowing things that are out of your control. Don't even worry about that. You have to do your best, in what you do. And I think maybe it's hard to read, It's hard to read, especially with a player that's so young. You only in year 6, 7?
Yeah, but it's hard to read. Tell me the time you've ever heard a quarterback like that, a franchise quarterback talk like that.
Oh, feeling bad? I mean, shit, man.
No. That ain't what he said. Go back and read. Pull it up what he said. Tell me the time that you heard a quarterback speak how he sounded despondent. He sounded dejected.
Yeah. And it say he's dealing with stuff on the field. I mean, not only on the field, but off the field as well. So I think it's a combination of both.
Guess what? It's a lot easier dealing with stuff off the field when you're winning.
Yeah.
So guess what? When things are going bad at home and at work, because guess what? This is my happy place. What do everybody play? I enjoy it. I get paid the King's ransom to play a kid game. When kids play, they happy. See at the playground.
Hey, hold on. The Bengals gave you a King's ransom to be able to play on that playground too. They gave you Jamar. They gave you T. You know, they gave you an offensive line. I mean, come on now. They've done everything they're supposed to do on their end too.
Hey,
now you get hold on now. You got to have
all them yards.
Yeah.
He scored 44. Now see, when he was now all of a sudden you gonna flip the script. Now chat, y'all remember last year when Joe can't do no more. He can't do no more. He scored 38, they scored 41. He scored 41, they scored 45. He scored 45, they scored 48.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Now come on now. Come on now. I mean, shit. I mean,
the part that's been broken, I don't know nobody's personal life. We know from records, we can read his house was broken into. That robs you of peace, that robs you of security. Would I be surprised if he isn't going to move, if he hasn't moved already?
Yeah.
Probably. Being injured at some point, I mean, think about it. He missed part of his rookie season. ACL. He missed part of another season. Fractured hand. He missed part of it. You know, he came last season, Ocho. He started the season dealing with that calf injury. This year, he missed 9-10 games. It like damn. And we not winning.
Yeah, Joe Burrow is a good quarterback, man. He need a situation, man, where he can actually win something. Cause that what they got going on, that definitely ain't it. That's not it, bro.
We're not winning.
Own a vacation rental? If it's not listed on Booking.com, it's invisible to millions of travelers on our platform. Don't let your vacation rental be invisible. Get seen, get booked. On Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
Complete creative freedom. Welcome to Affinity.
We not. Well, y'all know, ain't no we. I ain't part of it. That's y'all. Hey, we win. Hey, we win it. Us. We win.
Hey, listen. We gonna be all right. We have to be a little bit more cautious and what we share. That's all. We gotta be a little more cautious because people gonna run with it. I'm sure someone will. Man, but he run the show, so I'm not sure if anyone will have a conversation with him. But cooler heads will probably have a conversation with him.
And say what?
You gotta be careful what you say.
He said, I gotta be nothing.
You gotta choose your words wisely.
I ain't gotta be nothing. What y'all gonna do?
Man, well, where you going? He ain't going. He ain't going nowhere. Where you going? I know you ain't thinking Joe leaving. Joe ain't going nowhere. But Joe got about another 10 years ago.
Not in Cincinnati.
You won't bet nothing?
I do. I will. He ain't finished his career there.
Put some on the table.
He ain't finished his career there. He not.
Put some on the table.
He ain't gonna finish his career there.
Cause long as 1-5 is there, he ain't going nowhere.
Watch it.
Put some on the table.
Guess what? How long 1-5 been there? And they're still not winning at the level that Joe thinks they should.
And then where else is he gonna go and win? And where there's a position, where there's a position for a quarterback position, where they gonna win there. Let's talk about that.
It's the same thing. Because guess what? Because he can go somewhere and he'll have more input there than what he has there.
And you still ain't gonna win nowhere else.
Fuck around, come to Atlanta, nigga, you might win on something.
I'm just laying down.
I'm just saying. You gotta be careful. Be careful what you ask for now. Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you wish for.
Ain't no way he can go somewhere worse than Cincy. Not organizational wise. Where can he go that's worse than Cincy?
Listen, you control the things you can control. Offensively is all he needs to worry about.
No, that ain't all the way, because guess what? They don't take units to the Super Bowl. They take teams. And his team as currently constructed isn't good enough.
Well, show me another team where they need a quarterback that would look anything like they do over here offensively in Cincinnati. Where you can go right now. I'm listening. Let me hear this.
Let me
Where
see.
you going?
Give me just a second.
Yeah, well, let me grab me a Red Bull while you think.
Raiders could use it. Cardinals.
Cardinals. I know Cardinals. So you leaving Jamar and T to go play quarterback for the Cardinals?
Oh, they got Marvin Harrison Jr. I like Wilson. They got McBride.
You leaving the Bengals. You leaving Jamar.
The Vikings. Shut your mouth. Now look at it, chat. Chat, what happened? Oh, Joe froze. Did the internet go out? Did the internet go out, chat?
Okay, that was a good one.
Damn.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Oh, your internet went out.
That was a good one.
That's funny.
In the
They never let him go. I'm just saying, I just threw that out there. They never let him go there.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
They never let him go there.
But
Let's see, NFC West. No, NFC South. Atlanta.
I said it, Atlanta.
Look good. Atlanta look real good. Woo!
Damn.
I would say, you know what?
You said it, Atlanta. That's
what
crazy.
with the Texans.
Nah.
Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
Stingley. Danielle Hunter. Algier. Lassie. Petrie.
Yeah, it
Settle
sounds.
Jr. Edwards Jr. Rankins. Do I need to keep going? I think I've done enough. Could put it with the Colts.
Damn.
Can you imagine him with Buck? Ward, Sauce.
Wait, who you talking about?
Pittman Jr.
What you talking about?
Warren.
You still talking about Joe?
Hey, with that defense with Buck, Frank, Sauce, Ward.
Listen, man. I know you. I know. Listen, I know you enjoying this. You know, he's ruffled a lot of feathers. He has us pundits and media outlets talking, you know, about how he's feeling, and we're creating these narratives and hypotheticals of him actually leaving. He ain't going nowhere. No, the only way you'll see Joe Burrow on another goddamn team is if you playing Madden. That's it. So if you playing Madden, there you go. You can trade him to a team you want to, but in real life, it ain't happening.
Hey, I think Unc got a case for what he's talking about. I think Joe Burrow might lead him for real. He got better choice. Like you said, he could have came to Atlanta. Then he said the Texans.
are a lot of crazy toilets in Steal the Brain Rot. But what if I were to tell you there's a special toilet that's about to join the group? And Epic Games are sponsoring this video. Get ready for the big Steal the Brain Rot and Skibbity Toilet crossover, which is actually insane. Mark your calendars because here's everything you need to know. Come Saturday, 3 p.m., you'll have multiple chances to obtain these Skibbity Toilet Brain Rots during the event. But make sure you get there early because you do not want to miss the admin abuse warm-ups. You'll have the chance for admins to activate every event, extra luck, and get OP brain rots. If you...
Was that just another case of you trying to build up your... Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. The other day, y'all saw what young Ant did. He went on No Jumper and actually asked Dragonfly Jones about being CS2 back. Something we've never seen Vlad or Adam 22 do. And after watching that, it really got me thinking. It's crazy that Porky has been sitting over there on No Jumper all this time. And yet Adam still hasn't asked him a single question about CS2 back. Not one. So it made me stop and think. In all these episodes, all these interviews, all these appearances, there are literally millions of questions Adam never asked him. So I sat down and made a list. A list of questions Adam never asked in over 100 shows together. In this episode, we're going to take a little trip down memory lane. We're going to revisit the lies. And I've got 20 questions right here for anybody out there who really wants to go viral. Here's your blueprint. 20 questions for CS2 back. Guaranteed to get the internet talking. All right, first question for Porky. Hey, Porky. What would you call a black man who goes on a white-owned podcast and tries to implicate another black man in a murder they didn't commit?
We're going to talk about you a little bit. Right. Now,
Was that just another case of you trying to build up your fake rep? Next question. If you're not CS2 back, then why have you spent the last 2 years telling so many lies about him? Why did you lie and say, the paperwork said he was a low-level drug dealer?
Now listen, if you read the paper, you read the word, you read the word. The word said, whoever this dude is, he's a low-level drug dealer, and he's in fear that his family members in the main streets will be hurt.
Where did you get that from? Because it's not in the paperwork. Also, why did you lie and say the paperwork said that CS2 back was in fear for him and his family's life in the main streets? When the paperwork doesn't say that either. It also doesn't say that CS2 back was from Main Street. Why have you gone out of your way to make people believe that lie? And more importantly, why did you lie and say the Juice added the name back to the paperwork?
He's winning credits on fake work and add some back shit. We don't see that as a bowl, so I'm done talking about this shit. He's winning credits on fake work and add some back shit. We don't see that as a bowl, so I'm done talking about this shit.
You told us to go ask Mark Stevens and Stutterbox if you were CS2 back. Why did Mark Stevens tell us that you were CS2?
And do you get that paperwork? Do you see your conversation with Cass Jones in the transcript?
That was the initiating. When they started recording.
Right. And how did they refer to Cass Jones?
In the paperwork they put him as back. BACK.
Why did Stutterbox tell us that you were CS2 back?
I call Wham. My Rolls Royce gets shot up. My girl almost get killed. I lay on top of her. We make it up out of there. Wax see the bullet holes in my car the next day. He's reaching out, trying to contact the nigga who's supposed to be the boogeyman. I know where the nigga live at, behind my back. It's in the paperwork. All on wiretap. It's in the paperwork. All on wiretap. It's in the paperwork. all on wiretap.
Next set of questions, Porky. What kind of relationship do you really have with Greg Kading that makes you feel so comfortable lying on his name all the time? Why did you lie and say Greg Kading owed you a favor?
Officer Greg Kading and Darren Dupree and some shit.
Yeah.
When we coming outside on the stairway, me and my attorney, they stop us. They say, look, man, we can't afford this harassment lawsuit. You know, I'm beyond the gated community. I'm claiming I'm embarrassed. I gotta move my family. My wife is traumatized. She kicked my dough in. I'm putting extras on it, right?
Right.
They said, listen, man. They advised my attorney. My attorney said, look, dude said, drop the case, and they owe you one. If you don't drop it, right, then you know what comes with that. My attorney's talking to me, you know my personal business, and say, you know how you are every day, so you don't really need that in your mix. So I said, well, listen, I don't need no motherfuckers hemming me up every day. We figured out as we figured out. I'll leave it like that.
Garden Lights shines with new features and familiar favors through January 11th. Get tickets today.
Turn on the lights! Big-time players.
Because when Greg Kading was asked about it, he said you were lying.
Okay, all of that is absolute bullshit, except for the fact we met him at his lawyer's office. We sat down, we said, here's the deal, man. You know, we've had this case against you. We came up empty-handed. You know, sorry that you got caught in the middle of this. Somebody put your name out there. We didn't know any better, so we followed. You know, we gave fucking Starbucks the benefit of the doubt. Here we are. You know, was there an apology? Nah, it's my style. I kind of apologize for saying that. I can go through this. The idea of suing us, fucking bullshit. So that's bullshit.
And why did Greg Kading say you were lying when you claimed you freed Shaquille O'Neal and the 7 Main Street Crips?
Right, I call my man Money Mark.
My bad.
Right, Money Mark is Shaquille's left right hand man, his biggest partner. I said, yo, Mark, check it out. Call my attorney. Tell my attorney, I said, put you online with that federal officer. Have your attorney call that federal officer to the stand. But first tell him to call Box to the stand. You want him to do one thing and one thing only. Ask Box if he's a federal informant documented. Everybody from LA's in the courtroom, he's gonna lie. Trust me, I know he was gonna lie. When that happens, I'm giving you a jewel because Shaq looked out for me. Right? I don't need this paper, so I'm passing it to you. Have your attorney call this Greg Kading in, have him take a stand, and then let him tell the judge, present the documents he had, fingerprints, all the paperwork, the payment statement, payments due every month, to show that this dude is a federal informant. At that point in time, Box has perjured himself on the stand, whatever allegations against Shaq and anybody else tied to the case, they gotta kick it out.
The idea of him having anything to do with the trial of when Soderbox went to testify, and the thing fell apart, yet Cass had absolutely nothing to do with any of that. So he's just taking all of these pieces of information and putting them together like he was the puppet master. It's all absolute bullshit.
Why did you lie and tell everybody that Greg Kading was the lead detective in the investigation?
We got Reggie Wright, top right. Reggie Wright contacted Greg Kading. Greg Kading was the lead investigator on that case. Greg Kading was the lead investigator on that case.
You said it over and over, like it was a fact. But the paperwork doesn't say that. And Greg Kading himself said it wasn't true. So Greg, let me ask you, because the people want to know. When Wack brought you on Clubhouse, he introduced you as the lead investigator on the Stutterbox case. Is that true? Were you the lead investigator in that case?
No, that's not true. No, that's not true.
Why did you let Lieutenant Officer Love's boys get on his platform and lie on Greg Kading too? Why let him tell people Greg Kading was the lead investigator in the case?
Jones, we don't usually use monikers under those circumstances, like Wack or Wack 100.
So this is the lead detective in the investigation. When the paperwork clearly says otherwise. The paperwork says Mark Stevens was talking to Del Dog. And he told Del Dog that a guy named Back wanted his number. And when you look at that paperwork, it clearly identifies Back as being confidential source number 2, or CS2 for short. So if the paperwork identifies Back as CS2, and that's
so Wack is back.
Who Mark Stevens and Del Dog are talking about. Why did Greg Kading say that the conversation they were having in the wiretap was about you, Porky, if you're not CS2 Back? But you're agreeing that in the transcripts we have, it's Wack that Mark and Del are talking about in the conversation they're having, right?
Yes. And I think Wack is this that. And I think Wack is this that. But this whole thing with that, it was just saying CS2, typically just left alone, CS2, because the investigators all know who CS2 is.
But in a wiretap, aren't they supposed to type exactly what they hear the person say?
But that's not what you're reading. You're not reading. Pardon me, so the conversation is there. You can see the conversation, right?
Right. And they're using his name as they're talking. The boy Back wants your phone number. The person who transcribed the wiretap is typing that Mark is saying Back, but Mark is saying that he was not saying Back. He was saying Wack. And you already agreed that these guys are talking about Wack right here, but it's just using the name Back until the last paragraph. In the last paragraph, Mark Stevens actually says the Wack boy.
Okay, so he's talking about Wack.
Another round of questions for you, Porky. Why did you spend so much time lying on Spider? Why did you make up that story about you and him going way back to the juvenile side of the county?
What we gonna do? How about we say Spider gave Black Wall Street a pass today? So Spider looks at me because we go back to the juvenile side of the county. Spider.
This nigga's a mother. Y'all just heard him on the internet saying I never been to jail. I didn't even know this much of a lie was. I didn't know he said that. Oh, no.
Why did you insert him into that story about 40 Glock pressing game and spitting all over his car? Why bring Spider's name into something he had nothing to do with? Why did you lie about J-Rock? First you said he swung on you, missed, and ran.
This is who J-Rock was to me. J-Rock was my son's personal security. Understand something, okay? I'm just like if
that was his son's security. Yeah, right. That shit.
His brother sees me, right?
Oh, that
and he's walking up. Right. So my first time taking J-Rock in the 60s, Big U sons didn't want to do something to him. But we was in the alley on 42nd, I had to stop it. Right, we was on our way to Vegas to do a show, right? So Nipsey used to call me about J-Rock. Hey, yo, Wack, man, did you have these experiences with J-Rock? Because he knew you worked when we was in Miami. J-Rock was with us the whole 30 days, right? I was like, he don't mean nothing by sometimes it's slack up, whatever, it's cool, right? So as I'm walking up, and we running a little late that day, I believe, right? We run a little late, and we trying to get to Detroit because we got to get to the other side of Rolling Loud. So when I go to turn the corner, I believe Blueface goofing off doing something else. So the homies that's usually behind me on the side of me, they not there, I don't know it, right? So I'm going to turn the corner, I feel something swing at me. I feel it. I take another step and thought about it, I turn. And when I turned, I said, nigga, did you just try to follow me? And he took off running.
No, he said, nigga, you tried to dope fiend me. That's what he said. Dope fiend.
But then you sat in front of Jason Lee and bragged about getting punched in the mouth by him.
That's really all that was. But then he hit you and run? No, he hit me away, got a good one in. Really? And it kind of like,
Hold on.
But then you sat in front of Jason Lee and bragged about getting punched in the mouth by him.
That's really all that was. But then he hit you the word. Because I always ask myself, because I get off first.
That's what I'm saying. Like
I get off 45, so yeah. So but do like 300 pounds. So I always question like, could you handle one of them? You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of like a bad night, but a good night. But I'm like, shit, I ate that. But I've seen ate that. But I've seen ate that. But I've seen.
How many of 40 Glock's Instagram pages did you personally have removed because of those allegations involving the 16-year-old girl he was pressing on you about? And while we're here, why did you lie and say that Marion Knight would be out of jail in 90 days?
Oh yeah, that nigga did. I got the movie right.
Scared of Suge. I just talked to Suge. Suge just gave me his life rights to do his movie. Stay tuned. Yeah, WAP got the life rights. TMZ, whoever y'all looking, WAP got the life rights to do Suge 48 hours ago. We just talked for the first time. Me and homie got settled our differences. You know what I'm saying? We was mad at each other. Got the life right. Suge Knight, whatever you tell her, he'll be home in the next 90 days. I'm preparing his bail, all that. I'm scared of my homeboy for. What you talking about?
Why did you say that publicly when you knew it wasn't true? Here's another question for you, Porky. If you already know that Diamond Blue is in prison serving a life sentence, why would you go on Chuck's podcast and shout to the whole world that he murdered another woman when you knew that wasn't true?
Lying under a fake name?
How did you originally get into it?
He lied that
Hold on, I want to hear this though. Hey, can I
ask that nigga why he got that lady killed in his penitentiary picture lined up?
That's snitching right there, dog. Like whatever you think you just saying right there, that's snitching. You don't never get online talking about it.
He always want to talk about a nigga getting killed and all that shit. This nigga's an informant.
Why are you so in love with placing false murder raps on people? And here's the last question for this video. Because trust me, we're doing another one after this. You told everybody you were Loose Cannon's handler. You made sure to let the world know that. We all see where Loose is at today. But since you were so comfortable telling us who you're in charge of, are you just as comfortable telling us who's in charge of you? You sat online with Big Chuck and told him straight up that you had a handler.
Chuck, we all have a handler.
Stop it, Wack.
You do? I got a handler. I'm Loose handler.
Hey, one handler trying to throw.
I got a handler. I handler, yo, Chuck.
I need
We all got handlers, Chuck. Chuck, we all have a handler.
Stop it, Wack.
You do? I got a handler. I'm Loose handler.
Hey, one handler trying to throw.
I got a handler. I handler, yo, Chuck.
I need 6 months ago. Handler.
6 months ago, my handler, you ain't noticed I done bagged up off the app about 50%?
Yeah.
Cause my handler said, Wack, contract about to close, time to start shutting that down. My handler told me that.
Who your handler, R&B?
See, the handler ain't gotta be.
Hey, that's the real Benny or that's somebody trolling?
What?
That's Benny. I already said him and everybody. No, Benny, yeah, Benny, I told Benny to pull up.
Listen, a handler don't gotta be like, you know.
Yo, Benny, you gotta accept the invite.
You know, like Lou. Man, if I wasn't in this crazy year, this would have been on some other.
Man, I do be on the other. You just be stopping me.
Yeah, the handler's a motherfucker that you are listening to because you respect them and you know they got your best interest at heart. Lior has Kevin's best interest at heart, right? I got Lou's best interest at heart. My business partners got my best interest.
So the last question is, who's your handler, Porky?
Visit GovX.com and join a community of patriots and pros. You've earned it. GovX, savings for those who serve.
Every bite of the Philly cheesesteak, and I'm like, yeah, that's why I ordered Dom. Ooh, Minnows.
G. Wright Jr., the head of security for Right-Way Security and Death Row, organized the personnel to plan the hit, and I believe police officers were a big part of the hit.
And sometimes you find out stuff, and I ain't trying to take the things away from all what we're talking about, but sometimes you find out things later on that is so bad to you, it just makes your blood boil. I found out recently that allegedly one of my attorneys, David Kenner, was involved in the assassination of Tupac and me getting shot, and witnesses, but that's another story.
Told you, Mr. Knight, you don't want Reggie Wright as an enemy. You out there trying to put me, you trying to insinuate and play games like me. You're better off with me being a friend than an enemy. Stop coming on YouTube saying one thing and then running back when you get on the phone and call me saying another thing. I'm not playing with you no more. Cause you playing with my freedom. Cause you playing with my freedom. Cause you playing with my freedom.
Why is it that no one still can explain why people kill somebody they can't carry guns?
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. The day we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. Marion Knight did an exclusive interview on Discretion TV, and he's not holding back this time. The other day, Reggie and John dropped a video on Bomb First, featuring a secret recording of a private conversation between Reggie and Marion Knight.
An incarcerated individual at the R.J. Donovan Correctional Facility, San Diego, California. This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded. You have a prepaid call. You will not be charged for this call. Thank you for using Global Tel Link.
Hey, what up, Big Sean? Oh shit, man. Hey.
Make sure you talk to Brian,
Okay.
you know?
I know you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, anything I got to deal with him or have a conversation with him, or I had a conversation with him, but that fool he's been over there came on, right? The rat.
Okay. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Alright.
Uh-huh.
You know the couple of dudes over there where Wacko from, right?
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Alright. They fuck with that dude. They always fuck with that dude. Some more big time behind that dude, you know?
Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
They trying to talk to a lot of those dudes. Some of those dudes like playing both sides. They trying to put something together, you know?
Okay. You know you don't fuck with the rat, though. You know him and the rat that fell out majorly, though.
Which rat you talking about? The one you came home, right?
Huh?
The one that came home?
Yeah. You know.
No, not that rat.
Oh, okay.
You know the DML.
Got you. Okay. I didn't catch that. Okay. Got it. Okay. Oh, okay. I thought. Okay. Yeah.
So look.
Hey.
Some of those dudes, right?
Okay.
When they all went to, when they was all doing their time, they all got fucking, you know, saying the shit. They was all, even though they from over there, they was claiming the other shit. You know?
Yeah. Okay. I hear you.
So, and you know, I know a lot of them too. They be talking. So they was all, they had their name in his mouth, you know?
Okay.
They trying to, you know.
I got you.
Tell him just watch it, don't trust that on you.
Got you. Okay. Yeah, man, okay. That show you still got love for that nigga. Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to see nobody something like that. You know what I mean?
I got you.
I got love for him.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah.
Like this. Yeah, when motherfucker knows about the kids, you know,
Yeah.
who gives a fuck how you took down or whatever you trying to do.
Yeah.
You know the truth. You know, when I was there,
永遠の暗闇の中で息を潜めていた黒い星。今は剣に封印された
Marion had no idea he was being recorded, and definitely didn't give consent. In that audio, Reggie exposed some information that Marion clearly never intended for the public to hear. And let's just say, it didn't sit well with him. As a result, Marion was for an exclusive interview. And this time, he's not pulling any punches. This is exactly what Reggie's been afraid of all these years. Reggie and Porky both really pissed Marion off. Now Marion's letting it all out. He's questioning how Reggie Wright was able to afford the lifestyle he had while supposedly living off a cop's salary. He's asking the real questions. Like, what was Reggie really doing before Marion gave him a shot as a security guard? Marion also calls out the irony. If he's Simon, then why is Reggie running a company called Simon Says Publishing? He doesn't stop there, though. Marion's going in on the whole industry, asking how people with zero talent, who can't sing, rap, or dance, and couldn't find real talent if it smacked them in the face, somehow became the gatekeepers of the culture. People with no credentials and no legacy, yet they're the loudest voices in the room.
So look, man, you gotta look at it like this. The people who have to do with the culture of hip-hop, and want to do something hip-hop, it's all the same. You know what I mean? Regardless of who it is, regardless, we don't always see the eye to eye, but regardless the West Coast, East Coast, Midwest, down South, everybody added some fun stuff to the table to make hip-hop what it was. Right. Now, you get motherfuckers who never had nothing to do with hip-hop for no one, but they want to attack, they want to attack, they want to attack.
I guess it's fine. No, Wack always had a head on his shoulder for business, and not just, you know, we used to have a term, it's a derogatory term, and me and Shug used to call, exactly was stunt dummies. We used to call, and he wasn't a stunt dummy. And that was a word that Shug, you know, take the stunt dummies to this, take the stunt dummies to this.
Okay. Now, when you listen to Reggie over Rock calling him Punt Breath, this stupid motherfucker put his foot in his mouth. Yeah, it's true. One of the people that told me, let me hear what he said about me letting him know to tell Wack that they was on his head. Somebody close to him. And he's like, oh man, you don't want to see him dead, huh? Oh man of God, you don't want to see no one dead. I believe somebody get their ass whipped, but I don't believe. This call into a telephone will never be monitored and recorded. You have the power to call those shots and see who doesn't die. Only God should be able to do that. So I don't play those games. So yeah, I gave him a heads up. Even though Wack, you know, always up the line and said a lot of shit trying to make himself look famous. At the end of the day, I did give him fat pork belly heads up because don't get crossed up. Number one. Number two, whatever I say once, I can say twice. When he should play the whole audio, or did you rate that point back, where you said, well, I said, even though the motherfucker lied, Wack lied and said he had to pay for my mother's funeral when I came and asked him, which is a lie. Did he throw some shade? Okay, yeah, but nobody needed his shit. He said, well, you never said nothing about his mother being a crackhead. I said, I leave people's mothers out of this. Even though he crossed the line, Wack crossed the line and mentioned my mother, I'm not going to go and say Wack's mother's a crackhead. And Chuck Brett, the one was like, yeah, we all know she's a crackhead. She was put in baskets. I said, I'm not going to talk about people's mother. Right. I'm not going to get to the point and say where the name come from or who acts like who. I ain't shooting no shots at this dude, but I know he's going to be mad anyway, say something. Whatever the fuck you say, Wack say. Because we know, I picked the test test and choose a lot of motherfuckers to be behind bars. But I'm already in prison. 8 point butt, 8 point butt, 8 point butt. We got the recordings of when you send your grandchildren and tell them you want to make sure you go PC. Ain't nobody never ran me up the door and nobody never will. And I guarantee you this. People can talk to lawyers and say, what are you trying to look about me? But I don't know you. People can tell and say, I lost 200 million. If you believe that, that's on you. Now, if they do some fraud and some crazy stuff, of course they do. They do that to all the black men. They can continue to do that. Because all the broke motherfuckers be happy when a real motherfucker falls. Now that is pork butt. Now that is pork butt. You got a company. It's flawed. Everybody knows who signed it is. You got a company you call the big sign. Writing letters to Universal saying that that's your company and they owe you money on posting from All Eyes on Me and all these other projects. When did you ever buy any publishing? When did you ever have any money to buy any publishing? Your house, you bought with my money. And then you put it in your wife's name, trying to hide it. I don't even know if you still got it. For as my building, show the check where you bought my building. I never seen nobody there to buy a building on the police side. I never seen nobody there to buy a building on the police side. I never seen nobody there to buy a building on the police side. Now I try to give you respect and tell your father.
Think about the work the foundation does and the commitment to a cure. It makes me feel like somebody
motherfucking daddy's boy to get the shit squared away. Now your bitch ass says about my mother again, you fat motherfucker. I'm already in prison. When your ass come to prison, I'll be waiting on you. When your ass come to prison, I'll be waiting on you. When your ass come to prison, I'll be waiting on you.
Those words hit different for Reggie. He's no stranger to the system. He's already done time, and he's not trying to go down that road again. It's crazy that right when it seemed like Keefe D was going to be the one to take all the heat for Tupac's murder, all of this starts coming to light.
You said, I'm on a piece first of all. Only thing I know about your fat ass is that number one, you remind me of that motherfucker of a diary of a bad woman, black woman, whatever it was, Tyler Perry, when the Lord was in a wheelchair. Fat ass. If you have any love or respect to my homegirl, you know, I ain't gonna throw her on the bus, but we know we close. Your wife, if you have any respect for her, let her go. I'm in prison. You don't see me, I don't even get you. You don't see me come first of all, you come see me, because I have a life to live. I'm the one doing this time. Your fat ass is one cripple. Let your wife go and let her live her life. You don't think she gets tired and say, okay, brush your teeth, here goes the water, put it in the cup. Are you hollering? My diaper needs to be changed. Why are you gonna let that pretty nice woman have to change her fat ass diapers?
Damn.
And everybody will act like I'm the problem. Whatever y'all said about me is fine. I lived a life of 1 million motherfucking years in a situation that most people never get that opportunity to live. So God bless you. When it's time for you to die, I'm going to heaven anyway. I ain't never scared of it. And let's go back to you. You was a deacon at the church. Selling dope at the church. You was a crooked cop. You was a deacon at the church.
Selling
dope at the church. You was a crooked cop. All your crimes got 40 years or more. All your crimes got 40 years or more.
Simon, for the record, you're saying, Simon, for the record, you're saying Reggie Regional Jr. was a deacon at the church?
A deacon at the church.
make matters even worse than that, you got a RICO, money laundering, whatever you case, you, your father, and that other gang members had. Now, they should let Puffy go. Because
he said
according to y'all
this before the end of the
I
trial.
don't put the paperwork up there. Because according to that, the gang members was taking money from a whole different state, nothing to do with that, and put the $3 million in your father's bank account. Not yours, not your wife, not theirs, your father's. And your father got no time. You did what? 6, 7, 8 months? At the same time, let's walk it all back. How was you living before I gave your fat ass a job doing security at that firm? How was you living before I gave your fat ass a job doing security at that firm? Name one thing that you accomplished without using my name. Name one thing that you bring whack on every time you turn around, every story's about me, 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 me. Everybody want to say, oh, look at me in the car, look at me in the
Yeah, all the stories is about Suge. So basically, they talking about somebody else.
Whack, we should never have nothing bad to talk about. You win with the mouthpiece. We supposed to do this in the same motherfucking room. Period. Fuck all the talking. But you want to post a picture, as that tells me, and send it to give me shit to me, of you in the car, and I'm driving and you on the one side, and one time you ever been in my car, probably. And you say, look, I'm not the driver. No, you could be the driver. Your feet ain't long enough, your legs ain't long enough to match the gas pedal. If you look at that motherfucking picture, you can see my whole body and me. Only thing they can see from you is your little head. That's how short you is. All the short niggas want to get it on you. I'm not going to pick on that little kid. But back to you. Let's start this all over again. So, y'all say I got AIDS. I know I don't. But tell you what, every bitch you can put your skin to, put butt, I like the bitch first. So, you sound stupid as fuck. But we know you don't got AIDS. Your ass too fat. But tell you what, if y'all always got a diaper company, he don't have no love for you. You should be getting free diapers. Instead of getting free diapers, you still paying for them. Let's your fucking diaper.
Of crazy toilets and steal the brain rot. But what if I were to tell you there's a special toilet that's about to join the group?
You never had a fight. Okay, one motherfucker could tell me in my neighborhood anywhere else they beat up me. The homie will snatch your fat ass out your car, poured gumbo on you, and took your car, and your daddy had to come there back down and beg for your shit back. Your father is keeping you as you told. I'm not going to say who, but you know who y'all told. Why was your father and all his top buddies in my box at the Stapleton? Why was y'all in my houses when I was in prison? And you couldn't be in my houses when I was on the streets. Your father in the cookie cup. And why was your father, your family, in the rest of the cookie cup? Oh my God. Was your father, your family, in the rest of the cookie cup? Oh my God. Is that not fucked up? So you trying to tell me
A man like myself have 2 yachts, and y'all don't talk about me, but your father and the rest of the cricket cop is on my yacht in the marina every weekend when I was in prison. So you trying to tell me a man like myself have 2 yachts, and y'all don't talk about me, but your father and the rest of the cricket cop is on my yacht in the marina every weekend when I was in prison.
Simon, I heard a recording that Reggie said that he's going to share audio with you discussing about women that is in your life and is going to make it difficult for the rest of your 9 years. He's trying to like say he has something on you about your relationships with women.
Check this out. Whatever cook gut can tell a bitch I love, the women stop fucking with you, that's the wrong bitch for me. She shouldn't be fucking with me. And she can listen to a motherfucker who got lots of claws, who can't fucking walk, who shits on herself, and she can listen to you. Don't listen to me. But I do know this.
Oh, that's like a pork butt.
Any woman that really loves me, and really loves me, is definitely not going nowhere. As a matter of fact, I don't have to say any woman. Only one. I have them all. I always choose to have one as I am today. Me at 60 years old is not the same when I was in my teens and my 20s and my 30s and my 40s.
Earlier, we heard Marion Knight say he found out that David Kenner allegedly had something to do with the murder of Tupac. So now, with that in mind, listen closely to what Reggie says right here.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pat myself on the back now because I'm cocky now. But David Kenner, to be honest, and that's when I give credit to Shiv for teaching me the game and all of that. But Shiv was good too, you know, as far as dealing with marketing and stuff like that. But David Kenner, man, David Kenner took care of that company and took care of him and gave us a lot of good advice. And even when I was told not to talk to him and communicate with him about business stuff, only thing, just let him concentrate on getting me out of prison and stuff like that, I would still make calls to David and like, how would you deal with this situation, David? She was telling me to do this, how would you deal with Jimmy and Brian Turner with this? She was telling me to do this, how would you deal with Jimmy and Brian Turner with this? It would always be right on the advice he gave me. Listen, and he stopped listening to David. And then eventually me, who was still piggybacking off of David.
Think about this. You have a friend that you decided to employ. Not only did you employ him, but you funded his entire security company, giving him $300,000 to get it started. Now you're behind bars, trying to run your business from prison. You give him clear instructions. Don't bother the lawyer.
Don't talk to the lawyer.
Let him focus on getting me out.
Let the man focus.
But instead of listening, the guy you're paying goes straight to the lawyer anyway, asking what to do, completely going against what you just told him. Kevin Hackey said it plain. When it's all said and done, Reggie will be the fall guy. But Reggie's not going down quietly. He's already pointed the finger at David Kenner and Jimmy Iovine, saying they were really in charge.
I remember Jimmy Iovine was so mad at me. Jimmy Iovine, when I started running Death Row Records, used to do things that I know he probably wouldn't even have done for sure, but he did it to make it happen, to make me look good, and to stay in contact with him. Did an article on him.
Hey you guys, it's Zach from Pedal Commander. Pedal Commander is offering $50 off this Christmas.
First we did something where we put his house on this tape that we were doing called Death Row Uncut. Yeah. And then we put the address and the directions to his house there, you know, tapping that. The second thing we did was we did an article about him in U.S. Newsweek, where we was pretty much talking about the Lawrence Tucker situation and Bob Doyle and all of that. And U.S. Newsweek was a big magazine at the time. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and so we were going to say something bad, talk bad about it, you know, laying out a bunch of stuff because I had the
writer come up to the prison and wrote all this stuff. Of course, the writer went back and told Jimmy all the stuff we said, and Jimmy had a lot of connections then, and he got the article stopped. But he called me in the office and he said, Reggie, you doing all of this to me, and you sitting right there with him because you know about it, and you ain't calling letting me know, you ain't giving me hands up to this stuff. I gotta find out on my own. I said, Jimmy, wait a minute, I work for Suge Knight. I'm Suge's friend. I'm loyal to Suge. Right. And he goes, Reggie, you gonna learn one day who got the real power around here and who doesn't. Ooh. I always think about that. Every time I think about Jimmy Iovine.
So as the walls close in, Reggie's making one thing clear. If he's going down, he's taking the real masterminds with him.
Why is it that no one still can explain why people kill somebody they can't carry a gun? People kill somebody they can't carry a gun. People kill somebody they can't carry a gun. Why would I be paying $350 for the day if they can't carry guns?
Now you, I guess, instruct everybody not to carry guns.
Inside of the club.
Inside of the club
662.
Even though it's your club. I mean, Suge's club.
Yeah, you can carry, and I know what you're getting at, you can carry guns on private property as long as you're. We just had, I don't believe everybody should have guns inside clubs. I just think it's bad for security reasons, because you have 20 guys in there with guns, and you got maybe 2,000 to 3,000 people inside of the nightclub, a small area.
Yeah.
It's not good.
We've all heard Reggie's excuse by now, and you just heard it again. He claims he told his security team not to carry guns because Marion was in the process of buying Club 662, and they were trying to secure a liquor license. According to Reggie, weapons inside the club could jeopardize that. Sounds convenient. But here's the real problem Reggie doesn't want to face. If Simon was the owner and the one paying Reggie for security, why didn't Simon know the guards weren't carrying weapons?
He didn't know that.
Why didn't Reggie tell him?
That's crazy.
Why did Reggie instruct his security guards not to let Marion know? They were told not to carry any weapons.
Should call the meeting. All artists were instructed to come to this meeting, and certain security was invited, and I happened to be one of them. But prior to going into the meeting with Suge and all the artists from Death Row, Reggie met with us out front in his own meeting. But I'm going to add something to that. We were also instructed to lie by Reggie Wright to Suge. And the reason we were instructed to lie was because Reggie Wright told us not to carry any weapons. So by me just looking at what Reggie told me, I'm thinking that Mr. Knight was unaware. The meeting was basically about what happened, and the artists were drilling security about what methods we had used and what were some of our tactics.
And we know from looking at the statement that Suge Knight gave to the Las Vegas Police Department that he fully expected that Frank Alexander and every other bodyguard there was to carry their weapons. So whatever the case might have been, Suge Knight didn't get the message.
I looked around and no one said it. No one was speaking up for security. And it looked like Reggie wasn't going to say that information to them.
If Simon is the boss and he's footing the bill, he should have been informed, period. But he wasn't. And that's what's going to trap Reggie at the end of the day.
Why would nobody never answer the questions? They can go when they talk about me and try to drag some up, that's called a distraction. They can go in these platforms and podcasts, but they never ask no questions about them. Why are they accusing you? Why would they have a grand jury on you about the involvement when I got shot and when Tupac lost his life?
Do I have any comments on today's game? Of course. I had lots of comments. Throughout the game, in fact.
I commented, go, go, go.
Oh, this is the one I wanted to watch too. Play that one. Piers Morgan one.
Well. Good night's just been on Piers Morgan, and if y'all haven't heard it, you should listen to it. Because it's everything we've been saying about this for about 12 years. Now, it's real dangerous for Suge. It's real dangerous for Suge right now. You know, Reggie Wright Sr. used to run the Twin Towers Correctional Facility for the sheriffs. So he has a lot of ties into the prison complex, the prison industrial complex. And that's Reggie Wright Sr. Reggie Wright Jr. just said, if I let you get out of prison, which was a veiled threat for Suge. It's a veiled threat for Suge, for sure.
What's that?
Don't take your meds so you can come home. You're gonna want to die in here. You're gonna want to die in here.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. Day 3 of the Reggie versus Marion saga, and it's getting nastier by the minute. Simon has completely taken the gloves off after hearing Reggie speak on his mother. That hit a nerve, and since then, he's been on a mission. He's not just throwing shots online anymore. He's going on nationally televised talk shows, calling Reggie out by name and implicating him in the murders of Tupac and Biggie. Just today, he sat down with Piers Morgan for a full hour. Piers kept asking about Diddy, but every time he did, Simon redirected the heat back to Reggie.
And if you remember the last video, what he said? He said they need to let Puffy go.
He also shared a piece of
Diddy ain't getting no but a
information
couple years
about his former attorney, David Kenner. It looks like Simon isn't going to let him get off the hook that easy either. Before we get into it, I want to show you exactly what Reggie and John Down at Bomb first just did. Right here, you can see they hit me with a strike and got my video taken down. They claimed it was cyberbullying and accused me of violating YouTube's policy on unwanted sexualization. The notice says I posted content that describes someone in a lewd, degrading, and sexually explicit manner, and supports non-consensual sexual imagery. That's a serious accusation, and it's completely false. All I did was react to a video where Simon told Reggie that every girl Reggie had, he had first. I didn't say it. Simon said it. I just reacted to a public interview like everybody
Simon
else.
said.
But this is what they do. Reggie once told me I had no subscribers and that I barely pulled 2,000 views. But the second I drop a video that gains traction, he and John start playing computer games. What's crazier than that is the fact that Reggie's YouTube channel is full of the exact kind of content he's trying to strike me for. The hypocrisy is insane.
It was 1996, and incredible to think it's nearly 30 years ago when he was shot and killed. You were alongside him in the car.
30
Many
years,
people
bro, that's crazy. I remember this
speculated
night.
since that Diddy ordered that death of Tupac. Is that your belief?
Well, first of all, I got a bullet still today, a 45 bullet that inched to my skull. You can look at my medical records and see the x-rays and see it in my skull. They didn't remove it because they said if it would have went another inch, either I'd have been a vegetable or dead. Now, as far as what they say Puffy did and didn't do, this is the facts. The facts of the matter is this. It was a guy named...
Looking for the ultimate destination for fun? Well, look no further. Bolero is the...
He just kept talking around.
Reggie Wright Jr. There's a guy named Reggie
He
Wright.
asked him about Diddy. He talking about Reggie Wright Jr. That's great.
Who was over security. He didn't work directly for Death Row, but he had a security company called Right Way Security, who did security for Death Row with with all 3 police officers or guys with CCW. Everybody knows when we go to a fight in Vegas, we're going to be at the Tyson fight, or we're going to be at my club they call Club 662. You can go to that club and you'll see Mary J. Blige perform, Jodeci perform, Tupac perform, Snoop the Dogg Pound, Andre. I mean, unbelievable talent in one place. That night was going to be Run DMC East Coast night. Reggie Wright Jr. told the security they can't carry firearms. Told the security they can't carry firearms. The sad thing about that, Pac hated Reggie Wright Jr., so he had fired him before any of that. I don't know the right date, but I'm quite sure it was. This paperwork just shows it. But the crazy thing about that, it was a bodyguard named Frank Alexander. Pac hated Frank. He was cool at first, but towards the end he hated Frank because Frank always wanted to get into pictures with Tupac. And Tupac was very militant, so he was like, man, I don't want a bodyguard taking pictures with me. How's he watching my back if he's getting himself in the pictures? So I hired a guy named Michael Moore and told him to bring another off-duty police officer because they kept their gun and they was real aggressive about protecting Tupac. So on the way to the fight, Reggie Wright Jr. tells Michael Moore he can't carry his weapon when he's doing bodyguard work for Tupac.
I've been to Club 662 on many occasions, and never have they told me to leave my weapon. Why would I leave my weapons in a vehicle or in the hotel room, and I'm personally guarding Pac in one of the most hottest places to be? I got into a little argument with Reggie Wright at lunch over it. He said, Mike, I'm putting Frank back on him, and I'm taking you back off. And I said, Reggie, that part doesn't make sense. Why not leave me and Frank on Tupac?
At 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the afternoon in Las Vegas, at the Luxor, security was all brought together by Reggie Wright on the night, on the day that Pac was shot, and we were told not to carry weapons, because we were all armed.
We were told specifically, do not carry your weapon.
And you find that kind of strange? Yeah, everybody got to go to fight at the casino, and everybody thought it was strange. That's why were guys told not to carry weapons? Even the cops that were there told not to carry weapons. Everybody's told not to carry weapons.
That's what we were told. Now, I, at the meeting, was one of the few questions, asked one of the few questions. Why would you tell us not to carry our weapon?
Hey, you can't be a security guard without a gun, bro.
I think the reason they were...
I mean, if you in like certain areas, you probably do security without a gun, but for the most part, like especially like you protected Tupac's core, like you need a gun.
I was one of the few people that wouldn't buy into not carrying your weapon. And during no part of that day did I take my weapon off. And Mr. Wright knew that. And Mr. Wright knew that. And Mr. Wright knew that. So they removed me off Tupac, so there wouldn't be a weapon there. So they removed me off Tupac, so there wouldn't be a weapon there. When Reggie did that, and I questioned it, Reggie did something that he's never done. He's never stayed at 662. That day, he stayed at the club. Then why would he need me there, and why would I be taken off of Tupac?
Michael Moore said, well, I'm going back to the hotel. If I can't carry my gun, I can't take myself or Tupac, so I'm not going. So Reggie Wright Jr., who nicknamed that Pac gave him pork butt. So pork butt goes and says, Frank, you can go, but you can't bring your gun. Now, everyone knows you can't be a bodyguard without a gun. So after the fight, we come from the fight. Tupac got into it with another guy. It was a big fight. After that fight, after we stopped at a few places, we go to my house. I told Frank, I told all the security, I told everyone. Pac just beat up a well-known gang member. Send 4 or 5 guys extra to the house to escort Tupac to the club. Reggie Wright Jr. refused to send the security guys, refused to show up. That wasn't a coincidence. It was a murder for hire hit. It was a murder for hire hit. It was a murder for hire hit. We was blocked in. It was more than one shooter. Only person to know the truth, the real truth, is me and Tupac. He's not there to tell it. Only person to know is myself. But Reggie Wright Jr., Reggie Wright Jr., Reggie Wright Jr. tried to change the whole story of the narrative, what actually happened, and he was not there, and he was not there, and he was not there. During that situation, Snoop, who everyone knew at the time, wanted Tupac dead.
You ever heard of bad time travel? Of course not. I just made it up. But it's when you blow an entire day doing routine maintenance or security.
No. Had a meeting with Daz, Corrupt, Nate Dogg, the Dog Pound. Said, we're not going to Vegas. This is their words, not mine. We're not going to Vegas because basically something's going to happen. Somebody's going to get killed, right? So, Corrupt tells the story.
Out of curiosity, man, since you was a part of, Dog Pound and you was a part of, Snoop team, how did you find out that Tupac got shot in Vegas?
I was in the Bay with D-Shot, and it came on the news because Dog said we're not going to Vegas. We gonna post. So he called us to the house and was basically like, look, this is what we doing. DPG, we ain't going to Vegas. We gonna post.
Dad tells the story.
Snoop and Suge worked it out at one point.
Yeah, but we didn't. Snoop used to say, man, keep Daz back. Keep Daz back. I'm like, fuck that shit. I could have jumped out on his ass in Vegas. It was killing me, but Snoop was like, hold on. Don't fuck this up.
Warren G tells the story.
So he never went to Vegas?
He never went to Vegas. He didn't go off top. So we watched the fight. We doing everything, watching the fight, having a good time. We was hanging out, some females and shit around. They was hanging out, everybody chilling and just having a good time, and then he got just like a gang of homegirls, and then it's like, then he had the next tail back there. Remember the motherfucker?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of next tail he had, but he had, the motherfucker could go, that whatever it was hitting him all the way from what was going on from Vegas. So they was like, we could hear the shit, and then he started getting calls and shit, and they was telling him that the Tupac got shot and da-da-da-da-da. So Snoop, I kicked everybody out. Get the fuck out of here, everybody. Get out of here. And then he took off. That's when he went to Vegas.
Now, what Dad says, when Snoop said that after, damn, we can't go to Vegas, who's going to get those niggas? They already going to get got, basically. Corrupt tells the story and says, once he tells everybody they can't go to the fight and can't go to Vegas, turns around, Nate Dogg says, I'm going to go to Vegas. Because I'm going to Vegas, I'm going to be around basically me and Pac. He said, as long as I ain't around them.
Nate Dogg went though. He was like, I'm going. And he went out there to go have a good time. He's like, I ain't got to be around all that going on with them. I'm going to go by myself and do my own thing.
I don't have to worry about getting shot or getting a stray bullet. That lets you know, premeditated plan. Warren G says, when the fight was going on, he was watching at his house. Snoop came over to watch the fight. Snoop had a walkie-talkie. These walkie-talkies, he only got this walkie-talkie that I bought a security and a principal that security doing security with. And it worked on all the West Coast. So if you're an artist and you go into the mall or you go somewhere, they have a walkie-talkie, security have a walkie-talkie. If you're not going to an event with any of the security details, you don't have a walkie-talkie. Because I didn't buy that many because I wanted to be exclusive to hand them out who was needed. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so Snoop comes in according to Warren G, and he got this big walkie-talkie. They start hearing the gunshots. When we hear him shot, Snoop listening to it in real time. Pow, 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 all over the radio. That's when he tell him, hey, I gotta go. They just killed Tupac and shot Suge. How would you know? Nobody said that on the radio, you just heard the shots. Now, Reggie Wright Jr. and Michael Moore in the car. They get on the radio, and they say, hey, got him. Another guy hits on the radio. They say they think he's a white guy or lawyer. And they say, hey, don't talk on the walkie-talkies on the radio. Don't talk on the air.
While I was working at 662, I heard something over the Nextel we all carry for security. And what I heard was, got him, got him, got him. Then someone else came on the radio and said, hey, don't say nothing over the radio, which was the Nextels we were using radio to radio. And I just clearly heard somebody say, don't say that over the radio. But the person who said it was not Homeboy Security, nor was it one of our security guards. It was, to me, it would be like someone, and the person that said that was Caucasian. Definitely not African American.
White boy was right listening in.
So,
and even know.
And fast food. Two very different dinner options.
For that family of four, you're easily getting $35, maybe even.
So, to move things forward, maybe, I don't know if it was 6 months or longer, however it was, since I've been in this prison right here. Somebody played that for me with Michael Moore said. So when I know the attorney David Kenner always says, you can be on your cell phone and people be talking like, hey, I'm talking on your cell phone. Somebody listening, they recorded and you can't do that. They're listening to you. So I know that's the saying. So jokingly, I told David, I said, hey, was that you on the walkie-talkie? Because that's your line. Don't talk on the phone. Now you're the one saying don't talk on the walkie-talkie. So, that being said, David Kenner goes and says, sure, I never had a walkie-talkie. I would never have a walkie-talkie. Would I need one for it? Never. So I'm saying, wow, he's so big out of shape, but I was joking about it, right? I said, you never had a walkie-talkie? He said, that's not me talking on a walkie-talkie. I never said he was talking on a walkie-talkie. So that raised red flags, didn't think that much about it. So Kenner had sent some of my boxes and files to another attorney. Yeah, another attorney got it, right? At the time, he wanted the boxes back. That didn't make sense. So when we discovered a walkie-talkie in the boxes, you know, nobody puts something in a box that they go and throw the exact same way. So the walkie-talkie, my guess probably was in one box, and when they looked at everything and read through everything, and they was asking me about this walkie-talkie, they put it in another box. Kenner, a guy named Steve who worked for Kenner, went and grabbed the boxes from another lawyer he had. Went to the wrong boxes that the walkie-talkie was in, but we still got the walkie-talkie. I said, send me a picture of it. So on my tablet, they can send photos, or they can send me a photo of a walkie-talkie. It blew me away. One part of me, it made my blood boil. Another part of me, I just seen Tupac's face flash off in my mind. I see these motherfuckers involved with assassination. So I tell Kenner about it. I said, David Kenner, you said you didn't have a walkie-talkie. Now you had one. Now you had one. Now you had one. So after that, our relationship after 30-some years went cold. He went and told the judges. He started trying to pull off my case. He tried to sabotage my case. He did, and everything I'm telling you about is the proof.
For anyone wondering why David Kenner suddenly withdrew from Simon's case, according to Simon, It's because he confronted Kenner about allegedly possessing one of the Nextel radios that Simon's security team used the night Tupac was murdered. Simon claims that when he confronted David Kenner about having one of the walkie-talkies used by his security team the night of Tupac's murder, Kenner initially denied having any reason to possess one. However, according to Simon, they later discovered that Kenner did, in fact, have a walkie-talkie. Simon believes this confrontation is what led Kenner to attempt to withdraw from the case. He also noted that it was ironic because Michael Moore recalled hearing someone say over the radio, "Don't say anything over the radio," a phrase that Marion says was one of Kenner's favorites.
So ultimately, it's fascinating stuff, because I remember this all happening in real time. So it's fascinating just to hear you talk it all through it in this way. It's like it's a murder mystery episode. But ultimately, I've got two questions. Do you believe Diddy had anything to do with it? Because it sounds to me like you're more convinced that Snoop Dogg had more to do with it. Was Diddy involved at all, do you think? And if it wasn't
every time he said Diddy, watch.
Who do you think ultimately ordered
He
that?
gonna say some. Watch it.
This is the thing. This is what I do know. I know Keefy D, who I've been knowing since little Pop Warner football.
Okay.
Keefy D says that Puffy pushed them and gave them money. Keefy D says if he go to prison for, this is his words. Keefy D says if he go to prison for the Tupac murder, Reggie Wright Jr. gonna go to prison for Biggie's murder. So all these things going back and forth. You know, who knows what? Absolutely what. What we do know, money was paid out. What we do know, according to these guys, to the police, not the police that actually doing the investigation, the cricket cops. You gotta remember.
Did you ever ask Diddy directly if he'd been involved?
Well, that question would be no. Since all this happened, I never had a situation to have a conversation with Puffy. Majority of the time Puffy see me, he going out the back door or going down the street somewhere. Only time that I ever had a conversation with Puffy, and it wasn't even a real conversation, I was at the Roosevelt Hotel having dinner. Somebody came onto my table and said, "Prince, I want you to come watch his show right now." I said, "Prince performing?" I said, "Yeah." And Prince a real gangster. Prince, he liked the bullshit. So I go in and they set me at a table with Puffy,
I'm my twin.
Nas, two other people. Prince playing his guitar, he walked to the table and looked at me, looked at Puffy, and started laughing. You can tell he planned the whole thing. Next thing I know, I lean over and tell Puffy a few words, and before I can finish my sentence, Puffy gets up, his people gets up, and they cover him with coats and run him out the hotel.
God damn, I said South and let her go. I don't know if I could do that shit. Let me see. Oh shit. Same channel, y'all. Let me see what's going on though.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. It looks like the inevitable drama between Marion Knight and Reggie Wright just keeps on escalating. In a recent interview released today on News Nation, Marion made a shocking accusation, claiming that Reggie Wright Jr. forced Capricorn Clark to have sex with him. According to Simon, Capricorn didn't have the money to pay for something she needed.
That's nasty word. I don't even want to hear about that. Just think about how this dude looked. Let's check out Shit Smooth, y'all. See what he talking about. Chick Smooth. He got we talking about Rosenberg again.
YouTube. Chicks. Get ready.
That nigga shit mastered to death. I can't even play that shit live like that. This shit mastered. Like you can hear the quality of the sound.
Hey, Chick Smooth, appreciate all the coverage that you've been doing. I've been watching your shit for a while. I just subscribed to your shit too, bro.
Ah, man, very, very unfortunate news, you guys. As 2025 is coming to an end, well, so is a lot of podcasts and radio shows. It saddens me to announce to you guys that Ebro's 97 show, Ebro in the Morning, has officially ended. That's you guys, Ebro, Peter Rosenberg, and Laura Stiles, they've all officially been fired from Hot 97. Now, Ebro has been doing a lot of PR the last couple of hours to make sure that he controls the narrative of them getting fired. According to Ebro, the company that owns Hot 97, which is Media Co., they weren't rocking with their political views. Ebro is claiming they were fired due to political retaliation. Here's what he said.
Make sure you subscribe to Ebro in the Morning on YouTube. Told y'all a couple of weeks ago when they tried to run that Andrew Cuomo play on me. Remember that shit?
A lot of crazy toilets in Steal the Brain Rot. Well, what if I were to tell you there's a special toilet that's about to join the group?
And then they tried, when the Trumpster got in office. Listen, man, I don't capitulate well, bro. Been doing this too long. You look around all the major media outlets. Look at all the major media outlets. All of them. Look at all of them. They all got folded up because they all trying to renew their deals, their licenses. They all, well, in this particular situation, we'll get into more specifics another time. Bro just got, bro's a casino owner. You know those 3 licenses that they got here in New York City for the casino? The guy that owns the shit owns one of the casino licenses. He gotta raise $500,000, bro. $500 million, excuse me. They need my shit talking anti-Netanyahu, anti-government, progressive shit.
Nah, but that might be what it is though, for real. That could be that too.
Out the way.
It could be that.
We're trying to get to these bags that these VCs got, raise some capital. They don't really care, like, especially for like a Hot 97 and a WBLS. They don't give a fuck about hip hop or black music or black community. They don't give a fuck about none of that. They give a fuck about access. They give a fuck about being able to bring their little nerdy friends to the concerts because that helps them raise money. They've been trying to get to me for years, bro. Years. But, you know, Ebro in the Morning on the YouTubes. Subscribe. And we'll get into it, you know what I'm saying? Shayla! Well,
Bro, if you get fired, don't go get on the internet, bro. Like, don't do it. Don't even. Just leave it alone, bro.
Hello, it's your favorite sports talk here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button to join the fastest growing community on YouTube. Remember, Nightcap doesn't happen without you. So please subscribe or you're going to make Ocho cry. Ocho, the Arizona Cardinals and Kyler Murray appear to be headed for a divorce this offseason, and more details have emerged about how their relationship deteriorated. According to ESPN, John Weinfuss, Kyler wanted a voice heard in the personnel decision and the draft choices, but for the most part, the Cardinals dismissed his request to add certain players. Weinfuss noted that one time the Arizona acquiesced to Kyle's personnel request and the team acquired Hollywood Brown in a draft day trade in 2022, giving Murray one of his best friends and former college teammates. Murray has been sidelined with a foot injury since week 6, and the Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon recently announced he will not return this season while he continues his recovery. This may end the tenure in Arizona, as ESPN Adam Schefter reported last month that a source said that his separation is imminent.
Yeah.
Imminent.
I mean, but you can see that. I mean,
Murray, that boy done lost his job. This Uncle Ocho, y'all. We reacting to Uncle Ocho. Was the Nightcap show.
The franchise that drafted him #1 overall in 2019. There's no other. If somebody say he's in danger, imminent danger, there's no greater word than imminent.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, the writing is on the wall, especially with the way they treat him. I mean, whatever foot injury you do have, it can't be that goddamn bad. It can't be that bad. And obviously, if even as well as Jacoby Brissett is playing, if quarterback of your future, you're going to be able to do everything you can to get him back on the field. But the fact that you're going to say, you know what, I'm going to tell you what I believe. I think he's a healthy scratch. Yeah. I think he's a healthy scratch. And they don't want to ruin any trade value for him.
No, they don't want him to get hurt and be stuck with him and playing that.
That's
because
exactly.
You know what they do, Ocho? Remember with Russell Wilson?
Yes.
I can't get you, bro. That thing guaranteed. Oh
yeah.
no.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
so I understand the game that they are playing, but I mean, listen. There are some places Kyler Murray will be able to go, and he will be able to flourish as long as the system is conducive for what he does well, and they have the right supporting system around him.
After they played the Cowboys, and I say I've watched the Cardinals game. And I asked you when I came over here and I said, Ocho, at any point in time this season, did the Cardinals look with Kyler Murray like they did tonight with Jacoby Brissett?
No.
Checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I didn't check with doing the Georgia Barket, my boss.
So that means the second string just showed your ass.
Well, at least I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds.
All these damn commercials, bro. Shit.
I said it's over. I said there's a great chance Kyler might be. Hey, no, you good? Take another week. And I mean, damn.
Listen, when it comes to Kyler Murray playing quarterback for the Cardinals, and when it comes to Jacoby Brissett playing quarterback for the Cardinals, in the chat, I know y'all not blind, and you can hear too, especially if you know the game of football. The two offenses with those two quarterbacks are called and run completely different.
Well, you have to put Kyler more so on the move, Ocho, because he's so small, man.
Oh, they'll run completely different. Now, what Jacoby Brissett lacks in mobility and escapability, and being a dual threat like Kyler Murray, he makes up for with his arm.
Yes.
And which is why his numbers look the way they do, even in losses.
Yeah.
Numbers are phenomenal.
He's been playing phenomenal. He has. He absolutely has.
But they're still losing.
Yes.
At the end of the day,
What's easy, I tell you what, it's easier to lose with a guy that's making $3 million than a guy that's making $45 million. I guarantee you that.
Hey, come on now.
Come on now. Listen.
Come on.
If
I'm
it
with
makes
you
dollars,
when
it
you're
makes
right.
sense.
Yeah.
So
when you're right.
it's like, you know what? If we're gonna be whatever the Cardinals are, let's just say for the sake of argument, Ocho, they're 4-9. Okay, 4-9 with a $3 million quarterback, or you want to be 4-9 with a $45 million quarterback? Take your pick. I don't want to be 4-9, but if I got my druthers,
Hey, you know what?
Hey.
We'll take the hit this year.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
Or the $45 million quarterback. But going forward, we want that off our books because we know we get Jacoby Brissett, who's much cheaper. We're gonna make a business decision. Now, with that business decision, if you were saying to yourself, we understand what Kyler Murray gives for us long term, then we're gonna stick with it. But obviously, what he's done so far from 2019 to date isn't enough for them to keep him around with the kind of money he's making.
Ocho, the way he was talking, he was talking. Look, I'm not saying, well, I am saying it's wrong, but he said I gotta have a life outside of football, bro. You the quarterback of an NFL team. You're a franchise quarterback.
You can't say that.
Yeah.
And you think playing video? I'm just trying to figure. I mean, yeah, you might be up there, and you might. I don't know. You would know better about streaming and maybe one of the top 1,000 players on COD or whatever else they play. But if it's not going to help you be better at your profession, your chosen profession, I ain't effing with it.
Yeah.
And you're a quarterback, and you think, and people people agree with you. Yeah, that what that man doing is all time. I said, okay.
Yeah, and you know the funny thing too about it, when I think about it, for us athletes that are gamers, that enjoy gaming as a sense of peace, as a sense of something to unplug ourselves away from our respective craft and job, to relax. It is gaming.
You need to be good at your. You got to be good at your said job to get away from it.
Yeah, I know.
Because if you not, Ocho.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the problem. And when they start putting clauses, it's only a matter of time. When they start putting clauses, okay, Ocho, you gotta be Ocho gotta be here. Gotta be here at this time. Ocho gotta do this. Ocho gotta do that.
Yeah, you're right.
When they start putting all that stuff in your Ocho, and I'm thinking about. I was like, I can't recall. I don't remember and it got out, bro. How did that make him look?
Yeah, you're right.
For them to put that in your, because here's the thing, the guys didn't realize, they caught on that when you take them iPads home, they can tell how much study time you actually do.
Yeah, they try everything.
They didn't know that at first. They didn't know it at first, and there was a lot of guys.
Yeah.
See, when you take Ocho, you take film home. I see guys got stuff, got so many tapes over their back, going out. They got them in the laundry bag. You know those mesh laundry bags that we put our laundry in. Yeah. They got full of tapes, and effing up left and right. Ain't watched one of them. As a matter of fact, they probably taped over them.
You know what's funny too? When it comes to that, I had such a healthy balance of gaming and playing the game and being a student of the game as well, is I'm a better gamer than I am a football player. I'm a better gamer at Call of Duty, at FIFA.
No, you're not. Because you're one of the top 5 receivers in the world. You're not one of the top 5 Call of Duty players in the world.
I'm one of the top 5 FIFA players in the world right now.
No,
I'm
put up
telling
your
you,
rankings.
top 5.
Look at your rankings. Because they rank all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm ranked. I'm 8th in the world right now.
Let me see.
All right. Well, I gotta turn.
Okay. Just send it to me. When you pull it up, let me see your ranking, because they got rankings.
Hey, well, the chats will be able to tell you. I'm sure there are people in the chat that know and watch me stream and understand how great I am. I'm
not saying that you're not great, but I'm saying you're one of the 5 best receivers in the world of 7.5 billion people, 8 billion people. You're one of the 5 best. I do not believe you're one of the 5 best gamers in the world. And Call of Duty, or FIFA, or whatever else.
Hold on, Call of Duty, I'm ranked 23rd in the world. In FIFA, I'm ranked 7th in the world.
You might not even be 7th in Hialeah, Florida, let alone the world.
Yeah, nah, that's funny, bro. That brother said, how to live for.
Them man talking about.
Yeah, no.
You with money. I guess it's.
That's funny.
These days, we have ways to.
That man talking about he stepped into the world. And I don't know how it is. When I live a place in Hialeah place.
Yeah, Hialeah, that's all my Latino community, man. Hey, that's funny, man. That's funny. Hey, chat, man. Somebody in the chat. I know it's a few people in the chat out and beat up on FIFA, and a few people in the chat that I've carried in Call of Duty. And you understand how great I am. This is what when I'm streaming and when I'm on Twitch, I got people in my mic. Are you sure you play football? How the hell you so good? How have you had time to develop a unique skill set like this over time to be able to carry me in Call of Duty like this? Hey, how you? And I said, listen, this is what I do. I've always been a gamer first, and my second occupation and job and my hobby was playing football. Like this is my job. This is what means more to me. You know, gaming pays my bills. Gaming is a way of life. Gaming is why 98% of my relationships didn't work. Because I understood gaming comes first. Gaming, my controller, my PC, my Xbox, and my PlayStation, it doesn't catch attitudes. It doesn't get angry. It knows what I don't have to ask it what you want to eat, and it doesn't know. And it takes 20 minutes to answer.
Did you put the kind of time into that relationship that you did gaming?
No, because I understood gaming is forever. Everything else is temporary. Huh? I was self-aware, It's about being self-aware. When you're a gamer, you understand you have to have self-awareness.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to tell me. I understand. You know, Michael Jordan said it that the reason why he put so much into the game because it's the most faithful thing, most rewarding thing. Because guess what? No attitude. I'm gonna get out what I put in.
Yeah.
It's gonna be faithful. But you know, sometimes we have the we'll talk about that later.
Let's check out Gossip Rush, see what they talking about.
What does ramen have to do with establishing credit? Make everyday purchases, like noodles, on a credit card and pay it off in full every month to up your score. Establish credit with the Chase Freedom Rise credit card. Learn more at chase.com/rise.
Take 50% off Christmas decor right now at Hobby Lobby. Save on garlands and stockings.
Merry
I want to be treated
Christmas,
like a
everybody.
slave. I want to be treated as a human being, and what's right is right, what's fair is fair.
What's really fair for MB? A young artist stepping away from Atlantic Records after feeling boxed in and micromanaged like crazy. That's not reckless, that's a statement, and it exposes how intense the music business really gets. This whole situation pulls the curtain back on the industry's pressure tactics. Things turn cold fast, even when the relationship once felt like family. So why did he leave Atlantic and move toward Motown? He explained it himself, saying he left Atlantic because I wanted to experience more stuff. Short line, but the message hits hard. We've seen this pattern before. Go back to the late 90s when a very young Dwayne Michael Carter Jr., later known as Lil Wayne, signed with Cash Money Records under close adult guidance. At first, everything looked perfect. Hits dropping, records breaking, and the label growing into a giant. But behind the scenes, tension was...
Made you leave Atlantic and want this new situation here at Motown?
I left Atlanta because I want to experience more stuff.
Quietly building. Years later, Wayne spoke out online, surprising fans while addressing delays around a major album release. Legal filings later revealed serious money disagreements tied to Thaw Carter 5. Promised funds didn't fully arrive, and trust started breaking down fast. That's when things shifted from smooth business to straight up turmoil, and the fallout kept growing. Back in 2003, Cash Money agreed to launch Young Money as a joint venture. On paper, Wayne held 49% while Cash Money kept 51%. Sounds balanced at first glance, right? Not so fast. Wayne later said the rights weren't divided the right way, and key ownership details were quietly filed under Cash Money, leaving him locked out of something he helped build from the ground up. Now here's where it gets real tricky. In 2000, Young Money signed Drake, who would later dominate charts worldwide. Wayne was supposed to receive a solid share of the profits tied to Drake's music, but according to a legal dispute, Wayne never received full financial breakdowns for those projects. That meant he couldn't clearly see what he was owed during one of the biggest runs in music history. When Thought Carter 5 finally released, it pulled around 480,000 equivalent units in its first week. That moment proved Wayne wasn't wrong for pushing back and standing on business. Since then, he's warned newer artists to stay alert and read contracts closely, pointing out how several early Cash Money artists didn't get fair outcomes. And Wayne wasn't alone in label trouble. Shift focus to another major name who faced contract tension. Megan Thee Stallion versus
Megan Thee Stallion.
This is 1501 Certified Entertainment. Her situation showed that even in the streaming era, paperwork can still box artists in. She signed in 2018 as a young rising artist with huge online buzz, and things quickly got complicated from there. At first, the deal looked like a straight-up win, especially with 1501's distribution connection to 300 Entertainment. Everything seemed lined up perfectly, like a fast track to the top, but it didn't take long for reality to hit, and Megan learned the hard way that popularity doesn't always equal control. As her name blew up everywhere, the fine print started looking real shady. The agreement was a full 360 style setup, meaning the label took a slice from almost everything. Music releases, live shows, merch, and brand partnerships. That kind of structure can lock artists in tight, and Megan felt it heavy. Here's the part that shocked everyone. Even after her music passed 1 billion streams and reportedly brought in over $7 million, Megan allegedly only received around $15,000 herself. That's major money moving around, while the artist sees a tiny piece of it. What made it even crazier is that Megan writes her own lyrics, which usually means stronger creative earnings. Instead of celebrating wins, she kept running into roadblocks. Releases got delayed, and progress slowed whenever control issues popped up. When Rock Nation stepped in to help manage her career in 2019 and push for fair changes, the tension only so complicated that legal systems had to step in just to allow certain projects to come out, including Sugar and her big collaboration with BTS. Even then, technical wordplay kept popping up, with arguments over what counted as official albums. Every step forward turned into another obstacle, and it took years of pressure before Megan finally regained control of her own work and voice. No artist should ever have to deal with pressure like that. But if Megan's situation sounded rough, this next story takes things to another level. For real, MB Youngboy's experience with label
Shit, TLC, they won a motherfucking Grammy, and they said they was dead broke and won a motherfucking Grammy, dog.
Shows just how deep these contracts can go. Back in late 2017, when he was only 17 years old, MB Youngboy signed with Atlantic Records. The deal sounded sweet on the surface. 5 albums in exchange for a $2 million advance. At that age, that kind of money feels life-changing, no question. But buried in the paperwork was a complicated setup that would come back to haunt him. Fast forward to 2022, and Youngboy had already released more than 18 projects. His music was everywhere, charts on lock, and Atlantic was eating good from the success. But here's the twist. Even with all those releases, he was still stuck owing albums on that same original deal. Why? Because the label decided only 3 projects counted as official albums. Others were brushed aside over technical details like alternate artwork or different formats. That meant the label got paid either way while he stayed locked in. Behind the scenes, Atlantic controlled key rights tied to his work, and by early 2022, the tension boiled over. Youngboy publicly suggested the label was slowing his momentum and limiting opportunities. Even when posts were taken down, the message hit loud. He made it clear he felt boxed in, and when he finally spoke out, he didn't sugarcoat it. His warning to other
Then he goddamn signed the Cash Money
artists was direct and serious.
UMG
Twice before signing with Atlantic. If you're an artist, they're not going to support you, especially if you live a certain way. That was the message. And it wasn't random at all. He was clearly talking about image issues and ongoing personal situations that played out in public. Funny thing is, that same image helped the label generate massive buzz and serious revenue when it worked in their favor. They had no problem cashing in when his name was hot. But when it came time to really push his music, the support suddenly went quiet. That switch up didn't sit right with him at all. Back in 2020, Youngboy tried to flip the script. He pushed for control over his own recordings and even offered to deliver 4 albums early to make it happen. That's a major concession. Atlantic still said no. Then in 2022, when renewal talks came up, they offered a huge $25 million deal. He turned it down instantly because, in his words, the trust was gone. That move said everything. It was never just about the bag, it was about freedom and respect. His situation exposed a hard truth. Many big labels treat artists like assets, not people. And if you think Atlantic's drama ends there, think again. Enter Lupe Fiasco. His history with Atlantic is infamous for a reason. Lupe signed with them in 2005 with a major cosign. And early on, things looked smooth. Food and Liquor dropped in 2006 to heavy praise, followed by The Cool in 2007, which cemented his creative status. But behind the scenes, pressure was building fast. Building fast. By 2008, Lupe revealed that Atlantic's leadership told him directly, "I cannot guarantee we will promote your records." The message was clear: give up a cut of everything or expect less support. That moment changed everything. No push at all. That's when everything really went sideways. Fans had to step up in a major way, organizing public demonstrations outside Atlantic's offices, and even launching a petition with over 30,000 signatures just to get Lupe's next project released. That's how deep the frustration ran. When Lasers finally came out, it wasn't even the album Lupe originally planned. The label pushed him to add more pop-leaning tracks to boost radio play, while sidelining deeper songs that reflected his real message. The goal was clear: soften his edge to maximize profit. And here's the wild part. It's not like Lupe couldn't make hits. He was actually behind the concept for Bruno Mars' massive song, Just the Way You Are. That alone proved he could deliver chart-friendly records anytime. The real conflict was about control and ownership. Atlantic took major portions tied to his work.
Yeah, so he got serious writing credits though. That's what's up. Serious writing credits is what's up. Cause you get paid off that shit. You know what I'm saying? You get a good amount off of writing. Especially like a Bruno Mars song.
Onto broader, all-encompassing deals. That refusal changed how the label treated him. In a 2014 interview, Lupe said he felt like a third-tier priority at the label simply because he wouldn't agree to those terms. Even after mentally checking out years earlier, he still honored his agreement, releasing Lasers in 2011, Food and Liquor 2 in 2012, and Tetsuo and Youth in 2015 just to finish what he owed. Standing firm came at a cost. It dimmed his spotlight, but it protected his voice and creative core. And if
that check out Gossip Rush Official. Gossip Rush Official.
Sounds wild. Wait until you hear what happens when labels hold on to artists' money for years. That leads straight into one of hip-hop's most talked about disputes, Madai versus Bad Boy Records. Let's rewind to the late 90s. Ma K, born Mason Betha, signed with Bad Boy Records under Diddy and blew up fast. His debut album, Harlem World, dropped in 1997 and went multi-platinum. He was everywhere. Major songs, non-stop radio play, and a run that felt unstoppable. From the outside, it looked like he was living the ultimate rap dream. Fame, money, chart-topping records. But behind the shine, label politics were already creeping in. Mache wasn't just another artist either. His smooth, laid-back style helped shape a whole new sound in hip-hop, influencing future stars across generations. Even with all that success, something wasn't right. Years later, Mai realized how much long-term value he had given up. That's when he made a bold move. He reportedly offered Diddy $2 million to buy back his publishing. That's way more than what it originally sold for. And still, the answer was no. Imagine trying to pay millions just to own your own work and getting shut down. That tension boiled over in 2020 when Made went public, accusing the label of unfair treatment toward artists. Then, in 2022, he dropped a hard-hitting track titled Oracle 2. The liberation of
that Oracle boy.
calling out industry practices and
the Oracle, that shit was hard. The Oracle was hard, bro.
Impact of powerful executives. The situation kept escalating. Maachi later spoke online, claiming leadership surrounded themselves with yes men and failed to respect the people who built the brand. He even referenced situations involving legacy artists' families, painting a picture of how unbalanced the power structure had become. This wasn't just personal, It was a loud warning about ownership, control, and respect in the music business. Machi stepped into the role of truth teller, finally speaking on years of frustration and silence tied to Bad Boy. He put words to what many artists felt but never said out loud. Then came a surprising turn in 2023 during a wave of public legal attention around Diddy. Publishing rights were returned to several Bad Boy artists, including Mahe. But here's the twist. Even with that move, Mahe still doesn't fully control his master recordings. That means the fight for complete freedom isn't finished yet. After all the headlines and history, full ownership is still just out of reach. Now let's switch lanes to another label situation from the modern era, because this one shows how deep industry traps can really go. Enter Waka Flocka Flame versus Atlantic and Warner Bros. Waka's story hits hard because he's always been straight up about feeling boxed in by the system. Around 2010, right as his career exploded with Flockavelli, he signed under the Warner umbrella, which included Atlantic. That album turned him into a household name fast. But behind the success was contract fine print that changed everything. His deal later evolved into a full 360 style setup where the label took a slice from nearly every income stream: music sales, streaming, tours, merch, sponsorships, and more. Here's the ugly part. These agreements can leave artists with a small percentage after expenses like studio costs, promotion, and travel get deducted. That imbalance builds pressure fast. Things finally boiled over in October 2015 when Waka spoke out online, calling out Atlantic and demanding a way out of his deal. His message painted a picture of an industry more focused on saving money than truly supporting artists. He said the label refused to invest in real artist growth, hired underqualified staff just to save money, and treated musicians like price tags instead of people. That alone says a lot. But one moment he shared really exposed how cold the system was. After he was seriously injured in 2010, the label didn't ask if he was okay or if he needed support. Their first question was whether he could still make it to the studio. That single moment made everything clear. To them, he wasn't a human dealing with real-life issues. He was just inventory. And it didn't stop there. On the publishing side, things were just as tight. His deal with Warner Chappell required him to deliver 15 commercially acceptable songs every year. Sounds normal, right? Nope. The label got to decide what counted as acceptable. That meant they controlled what dropped, what got shelved, and what fit their idea of market ready. Even after he stepped away, the situation stayed messy. Atlantic and Warner reportedly held rights not only to released music, but also to unreleased material. That meant projects could be blocked based on branding or licensing decisions. Imagine being told what you can release from your own creativity.
Yeah, that's when you sign to somebody else. If you're independent, you can drop that shit every day if you want to. But if you sign to a label, they got full control over when you can drop music.
Even his YouTube channel was caught in the middle. He couldn't earn from it, while ads were still running in the background. That pushed him to pivot fast. He switched.
So he got monetized and
built
they
new income
couldn't
streams on
even
his
pay
own
him.
terms. Freedom didn't come easy at all. He reportedly spent hundreds of thousands on legal fees just to break loose from those contracts. After years of pressure, he finally cut ties with Atlantic in November 2016 and announced he was officially independent. That moment sounded like the finish line, but the grip didn't fully let go. Even after the split, Warner still controlled parts of his catalog for years. That alone shows how these deals are designed to keep artists connected long after they think they're free. Labels can keep collecting from past work while the artist has already moved on. That experience changed him for life. It pushed him to dive deep into the business side, learning contracts, publishing rules, and how royalties really work. Today, he's one of the loudest voices telling new artists to protect themselves before signing anything. His story proves that even when you escape, labels often keep a piece of your legacy. Now let's switch gears to another artist who faced a similar headache, but this time with a smaller boutique label. Lil Uzi Vert versus Generation Now. This story proves you don't need a giant corporation to run into big drama. In 2015, Uzi signed with Generation Now, led by DJ Drama and Don Cannon under the Atlantic umbrella. At first, everything looked perfect. Then Love Is Rage dropped and Uzi blew up fast. His sound style and energy shook the scene, but behind the success was fine print that flipped everything. His agreement eventually turned into a full 360 style deal, meaning the label took a cut from almost everything. Music, streams,
All right, y'all be going to try more raws, see what they talk about over there.
What if I told you there's a place where I can birthday my way? Where there's the most games to play, good food.
Trapmore gang, I'm in danger. Okay, I am in a whole lot of danger with Atlanta. 21 Savage is very, very upset with me. Okay, if you saw the last video that I dropped, all right, I just dropped this video yesterday, late night session. 21 Savage just threatened to kill me. Okay, this is not a drill, this is not a joke. All right, 21 Savage has indeed threatened to harm me. He said that he had one bullet in the head of the Glock, seemingly for me, and he also said that he would destroy my MacBook. Now, I can confirm that my MacBook is still very much intact. There is no damage. The screen has absolutely no breaks or cracks on it at all. So the MacBook is currently in excellent condition, and nothing has happened. But what is interesting, okay, is 21 Savage is on a press run right now, and he recently linked up for a blockbuster interview with Big Bang, the Perspectives podcast, and he touched on a few major issues. Now, the biggest issue that he touched on, obviously, really, there's a couple of issues that he touched on, but he was talking about some of the beefs that he's maybe been not involved in, but kind of dragged into, and his name's been brought through the mix. There's two specific beefs that he touched on in this interview that I think are really, well, actually three, really. There's three specific beefs that he's touched on in this interview. And for somebody that is so about his morals, you know, he's so upset that anybody else has an opinion on what he's got going on. He's so upset that me, content creators, have an opinion on the streets and what's going on, you know, in these Billboard charting songs. For somebody that's so upset about me sticking my nose into what he's got going on the Billboard charts, he seems to like to stick his nose into other people's beefs and get himself involved and pick sides and, you know, try and squash beefs, frontline beef, all of this kind of stuff. So what I want to do in this video is just touch on some of the interview clips from that Big Bank interview and just give you a little clip of what he's talking about and then give you my opinion. And, you know, we might be enforcing and calling out.
Checking out Little Trap Lord Raw side here. This is Trap More Raw channel. A little
bit of hypocrisy here and there. And also, we might be agreeing with 21 Savage on some of these points. I'm going to like it. I'm not going to be biased, okay? I know he threatened my life and my MacBook's structural integrity, but we are going to just try and be fair. We're going to react to some of the really interesting stuff that he mentioned in this interview. So let's get to it, man. Now, obviously, one of the biggest things that, you know, was even like in the conversation for, you know, the recent, I'm getting a whoop-de-doo t-shirt. That's hilarious. Is YFN Lucci and Young Thug squashing their beef. Now, this was a very vicious beef. YFN Lucci's mother got shot allegedly by YSL members, shot up the house. The kids were, like, his daughter was in the house, his mother was in the house, the mother gets shot, the house got shot up twice. I said,
damn. That's crazy.
The time that this link up happened and they did two songs together, like from your mom getting shot to two songs together is absolute insanity, right? But basically, it was explained that their long-standing beef is over with. They were seen together at the club. They did two songs together, and you know, they basically that's why they squashed their beef. They basically said, like, it's all good. It's all good. Like, we need to squash the beef. We need to let it go. They're in the club dapping each other up. So this came, you know, after just years and years of beef. Okay, their feud was referenced in Thug's trial. Lucci was on trial. And essentially, 21 Savage basically reveals that he personally was actually the person who helped Thug and Lucci make peace.
Me and Lucci always been good.
Yeah.
But Lucci knew, like, shit, I fuck with Slime. So goddamn. Like, it ain't when we see each other, we speaking shit, but we just didn't overly kick it type shit.
Man, I see 21 Savage gonna hate this video, I'm not gonna lie. But it's like, how comes it's like you can be cool and you can kick it? Like, yeah, I was cool with Lucci, but Lucci didn't trust me because I was friends with Thug. Okay, that's cool. How are you still friends with Lucci if you were so close with Thug, you're such good friends with Thug? It don't really make sense. Okay, you playing the middleman and you're not involved in the beef, but then it's like, then when it comes to Lil Durk and we looked at what he said in that interview with the Academics, it's like next minute, you know, you got to take sides and you taking King Von, Lil Durk's side in this beef and you kind of part of the blackballing that's going on with Youngboy. It's like, let's make it make sense. Why wasn't you blackballing Lucci like that back then? And then you want to kind of help patch things up. It's very strange, but I want to hear more.
If I just watch two niggas, I'm gonna lose their freedom behind some shit. Shit, why not goddamn
bring y'all together. Or like play a role, like try. Why not put the bug in y'all ear? Because they still really connected on their own. I just put it in both of their ear, like two.
But then why can't we do that for Gunner? You want to extort Gunner for 80% of his to clean up this snitching. You're so principled about snitching and ratting, but then you're willing to clean that up for money. But then it's like, okay, these two guys nearly went to jail for beefing. Why not bring each other together? Like, it's just, it's like, I just find it really difficult to understand what the end game is here. Like, if you're trying to bring people together and squash beef, you're threatening to kill me. You better. Well, let's keep going. But I just feel like it seems like it's a different rule for Atlanta. And then when it comes to Youngboy, Lil Durk, their beef, it was like you willing to play your part in the blackballing of Youngboy when you felt like it was your time to be loyal to Lil Durk and King Von. And meanwhile, you did a song with FBG Duck, and then you just, you know what I'm saying? He can just get killed by these guys. You just, for some reason, you tapped in with these guys. It's weird.
You know what I'm saying? So it was like, goddamn. Lucci was still in jail, and goddamn, I had wrote him, and somebody wrote me back from his page or something, and goddamn, I told him like, goddamn, shit, I want you, how you feel about sitting down with brother? But Slime was already out. So goddamn, after Lucci was like, shit, hell yeah, but I ain't gonna do it while I'm locked up. Shit, when I come home, we can put something together.
Now, I got to give 21 his flowers here. Like, I'm actually going to give him credit where credit's due. I didn't know this. If he is saying that he is single-handedly the man that actually wrote the letter to Lucci and basically said, look, how would you feel about sitting down with Thug and squashing a beef? Even though that was very...
That's what happened, bro. That's exactly what happened. That's what happened. Those are the facts, bro.
Unusual. It's hard to hear. It's hard to understand.
Raising a 3-year-old is a lot like being on a roller coaster. It can be.
I respect that, and I feel like that was a good thing for Atlanta, and that was a really positive thing to come out of this. So I'm really grateful, and I'm really glad that he did do that. I feel like this is a massive step forward for Atlanta. I feel like that is a positive thing that he's doing, and I know that later in this he's going to talk about him trying to squash the tension between Youngboy and Durk. And again, I haven't fully taken in that clip yet, but we're gonna get to it together. But what I want to do is maybe touch on that and just look back at the academics interview where he talked on the blackballing, and just see if there's any contradictions or just any areas where it just feels like it's one rule for one group of people, another rule for another. I'm honestly like I respect this. I respect what he's talking about doing here, and I really feel like what happened with Lucci and Doug was good for Atlanta. It was strange, it was difficult to comprehend, but it was positive, and I'm rocking with it. I'm respecting with that.
But I hadn't already talked to Slime about it too. And he was like, bro, I ain't never really had no problem with him. Like, whoop, type shit. So I'm like,
you had a problem with him. You definitely had a problem with him. Shooting at his mom is crazy. Like, let's not sugarcoat it, right? Like, mom's getting shot, bro. This was a serious problem. Him talking about I never had them. Bro, when Young Thug posted, I would have been killed you if I didn't like what you did with your family at Wife and Lucci. That's a problem. Don't be capping like that. Oh, you ain't never really had a problem with it. You had a serious problem with him. You wanted his family dead.
So then when Lucci got out, goddamn, Slime was working on his album and he was playing songs and shit. And I was like, man, why you don't put Lucci on that whoop type shit? And he was like, well, I already been talking to Lucci, goddamn. He got DM me, whatever. But I'm gonna send him a song though. Ooh. Then I ended up doing that. But I don't know, I just felt like, shit, y'all niggas done went through that.
Shit. I don't know.
How you can go through dealing with beefing with each other. Like, what more can come from the shit? But yeah, or goddamn jail for hell, so shit.
That's real shit, man. You talking facts. That's actually, you done already been through everything that comes with this thing. People have been killed on both sides. Big Nut, rest in peace. Still no justice for Big Nut. Nobody's been held accountable for that, and it's been over 10 years. I mean, that's crazy. Look, call me the feds, call me a snitch, but it's like, when I saw that footage of Big Nut's mother going to his gravesite crying after Young Thug had been let out, basically saying there's been no justice for my son after 10 years, that broke my heart. And I'm not even going to say that I don't wish jail on anybody. If somebody did something completely heinous, there are circumstances where people do things that are so horrible, crimes against women, children, the innocent. Bro, you got to go to jail. You need to get out of my society. You need to be over there. But like, you know, a lot of guys from the streets would say Big Nut was the biggest blood in Atlanta or whatever. He knew what he signed up for. He was a soldier in the gang war that was going on. Well, that's fair. But it's just like his mother didn't sign. His mother wasn't a...
Inglewood. You from Inglewood, California, Big Nut. I done been to Inglewood before.
She didn't sign up to have her son, you know what I'm saying? She didn't sign up her son at birth that he would die before she was, you know what I'm saying? No mother should have to bury their son. So I do feel like it's all well and good saying people are combatants in the war, but it is a little bit childish to just use that to absolve yourself of the sins. Like, what about his mother, his family, his children, his daughter? Anybody that takes a life does need to face some kind of justice. And I know, yeah, we gangs, we street, yeah, no snitching, we in the code of silence. Yeah, that's cool, but like his mum needs some kind of, she needs something. And that was really heartbreaking to see that. But 21's right. What else is there to happen in this piece? We've lost friends to the streets, mothers have been shot, houses have been shot with children in them. The only thing left is for you guys to kill each other and just both not to be here anymore. And if that's how you want to play it, that's cool, but it's clear that both of these guys want to live long lives and be successful. So I do respect this, man. So shout out to 21 for actually playing whatever role that he played in making that happen. I respect it.
I don't know. I just felt like, goddamn, I fuck with this nigga and I fuck with this nigga. Shit. Trying to put it together.
And you ever try to put some shit together, it just wouldn't work like.
Why me and Dirk? But Dirk locked up.
So look, we're gonna get to the next part. All right, we're gonna get to the next part. I wasn't ready to just jump straight in like that, okay? But I do have respect. The Lucci situation, I feel like that's good. Now we're gonna get to the YB and Dirk thing. So he does say, we just got a little teaser. He basically says that he tried to get YB and Dirk to squash the beef and to get them on the phone. Now, what I think is interesting, and I've rubbed it in 21's face a little bit, and that's why he's mad at me, is that like you was cool with YB, and then you was kind of frontline in this little situation with Dirk. Let me refresh our memory before we play this next one. So look, this is the original interview, man, and this is a long time ago. Bear in mind, it's like, well, this is still kind of raw at this time. This is like just under a year on from when King Von lost his life, and this is 21 Savage basically. Look, arguably he's keeping it very real, but he's keeping it so real that it's almost like you can kind of see what's going on with the side picking. He's keeping it real, but he's keeping it real in terms of like he's letting everybody know what it is, and he's having to participate in what's going on. So let's see this clip, man. He's basically talking about, you know, Young Boy and Quando, they ain't really getting the support in the industry, and 21's keeping it real, just like, bro, everyone has to pick a side, bro. Side's been picked.
Get mad industry. So I feel like when certain niggas drop, everybody posts his shit. Everybody posts. I feel like he didn't get that much. I don't feel like he's like everybody in the industry fuck with him type shit. You know, but he's still doing crazy shit.
Yeah, but that's because everybody, you know why the fuck that shit like that.
What you mean? Like,
you know, it's down to size.
Oh, okay.
You got him and Quando, and a lot of niggas fuck with Dirk. So a lot of niggas ain't gonna fuck with Young Boy shit because they fuck with Dirk.
But does he gotta like
see what he's doing here? If you've ever heard this phrase before, it's like he said the quiet part loud. All right, like he said the quiet part. You supposed to just be no. I just ain't posting Young Boy shit. Like this is why this is bad. Okay, and this is the 21 Savage is actually a victim of his own realness. Okay, because I like to, even though he doesn't like me and I've been talking a lot of shit and I've just been keeping it very honest. Okay, he keeps it honest too. All right, he don't like it when people like me is honest and says the quiet part loud, but he be saying the quiet part loud. But it's like in this situation, it's like really what it should have been is just like, you know, whatever. Like, you know, I just post the shit. I don't be posting no Young Boy. I'll be posting the Dirk shit. I'll be shouting out the Dirk stuff. But like, you ain't supposed to say that. It ain't supposed to be like, yeah, we blackballing you, Young Boy, because you.
Tune in to GPB. It's a Georgia thing.
Yeah, welcome.
This is the song. I ain't even like, because Young Boy ain't do nothing. Young Boy didn't do shit. Quando didn't do nothing. King Von pulled up, sucker punch Quando Rondo. That, no disrespect, but that Uno reverse card got pulled, okay? He underestimated that Quando was rolling with his own killers, got shot, got killed. Very unfortunate situation. But at the end of the day, Quando and Tim ain't do nothing. Everyone agrees that Quando and Tim, Lil Tim did what he was supposed to do. Quando ain't wanted no parts of what was going on, and King Von was the one that put out this energy, and it unfortunately rebounded worse. But it's like, 21 talking about picking sides and being like, yeah, saying the quiet part out loud and basically saying like, yeah, you know, it's damn near sides. Everyone had to pick a side. Everyone had to decide. We rock with Dirk. We rock with Young Boy. We ain't posting Young Boy shit. We posting Dirk stuff.
But just to be real with y'all, Tim didn't unalive Vaughn. Tim didn't unalive him. The police shot him.
You even acknowledging this and basically almost not even condoning it, because what he's just telling it like it is. He's just saying, look, this is what it is. People don't even want to admit that this is a real thing. They want to pretend it's black.
But it was a gunfight, so that's how he got hit like that. But Tim was shooting that, but he didn't hit Vaughn. It was the police hit Vaun.
All that ain't happening. Dirk blackballed Young Boy, and Dirk blackballed Quando. And Von was in the wrong for what happened. Dirk was wrong for blackballing. Von was wrong for punching Quando. And Dirk was wrong for allegedly sending hitmen to come and kill Quando and killing his innocent cousin. Dirk in the wrong 3 strikes. Through and through. Dirk in the wrong 3 strikes. But you guys still picking sides. You guys still picking sides. You taking Dirk's side even though they all in the wrong. You blackballed Youngboy. Youngboy ain't have nothing to do. Youngboy wasn't there when Von died. Youngboy didn't fucking want to have no parts of what was going on with Von. Von antagonized Youngboy. You got Cap in your raps. Von antagonized Youngboy. Oh, I'm going to fly his baby mama out and take pictures with her and spread rumors that I slept with her. And Von said, I'm going to beat Quando's ass. I'm going to pull up on Quando. I'm going to beat him up. All right? King Von, over and over and over again, antagonized the situation. And it just so happened Lil Tim was there that night. He wasn't going to play any of that stuff. Right? And Von was trying to embarrass Youngboy by beating up his artist to get promo for his album. Facts. They're all in the wrong. Dirk in the wrong. Von in the wrong. But meanwhile, 21, he's saying the quiet part out loud, and he's saying, yeah, you damn near have to pick a side. Now, he's keeping it very real, but what he's not acknowledging is that you picking the wrong side. You ain't picking the side based on morals. You ain't picking the side based on the situation that really is right and wrong. You picking a side based on clout. You picking a side based on clout. That's why you're doing songs with FBG Duck, and then you're calling up, piecing it up with the people that killed him.
Well,
hey, I keep it real. I keep it just as
okay,
real.
so I didn't know you did a song with FBG Dub. If that's a thing, if that really happened, I don't know.
It's not gangs and shit. It's a music business, like, you know what I mean? You might fuck with both of them, but nigga, you might want to have a song with both of them at one
I
point.
feel like you gotta
pick sides.
You gotta be a certain. You don't really gotta pick sides, but it's like some niggas. I don't know. You gotta be a certain type of artist to be able to just be in the middle. I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like can't no nigga who say they don't street nigga be in the middle.
A lot of these relationships is homegrown.
So he's saying that if you're a street dude, you can't be in the middle. He ain't saying I'm gonna be in the middle. He was in the middle with Thug and Lucci. So why was the rules different? Why was the rules different for Thug and Lucci? I'm a street. I'm just I'm cool with Lucci.
Now you trying to break them down.
Trying to help them
trying to break
21 down. You so street. I can't be in the middle. I low key. I got to take that side. It's like kind of don't really add up. And then it's saying you street, but then it's like you going on the street just based on, well, we locked in, we blooded in with Dirk and them. Well, you was cool with Youngboy back in the day. You locked in, you blood brothers and them with Dirk and Von and them, you buying Von's sister a car. But Von and them was in the wrong, right? No disrespect, I'm a huge fan of Von's music. Von, me and Von got a different type of relationship, right? But like, bro, they was in the wrong, and you picking sides based on, you know what I'm saying, colors, affiliation, and what's the most beneficial for your career, not what's right and wrong. That's why everybody's coming unstuck right now, because we've seen how fake this industry shit is.
This crazy because it's like, it's so many different angles to media that is just, it's crazy. It's like, the angles is wild out here.
Because you all should have had, really a lot of people should have had Youngboy's back, because Youngboy was in the right. You shouldn't have Dirk's, but you all followed Dirk for the motion, because Dirk had the motion. That's what it was. And now he's looking at life in jail. That OTF motion ain't really cutting it no more. Now Youngboy's got motion, you all trying to backtrack. So we're gonna hear in a minute 21 Savage talking about, I tried to get him on the phone and squash it. You tried to get him on the phone and squash it because the writing was on the wall.
A lot of niggas
just really fuck with a nigga. Now, if you just musically fuck with a nigga, y'all just songs here and there, cool. So, but if you kicking it like a nigga, your brother, like I rock with this nigga.
So in a situation
on that, I feel like.
So in a situation like not even with, let's say 2 other artists, right?
So you kicking it with a guy like your brother, you got to rock with them, even if they're in the wrong, even if the whole situation they antagonized and fucked up and they got in a situation they shouldn't have been in, they're in the wrong.
So you would have to pick a side, like say you was an artist.
Hell yeah. I feel like.
And he's like talking about himself in the third person right now. They're like, oh, if you was an artist, and you are an artist. Academics kind of talking, he kind of giving him a little bail so that he ain't got to, but he's still saying quite part out loud. He's saying, if you were an artist, bro, this an artist. This a gang member street art. He talking about himself. Yes, I had to pick a side. You want Dirk's side?
If somebody told me that shit,
if it's me, don't be in my face, like, with all that shit, like, and then be fucking with a nigga who you know killed my boy. Like, I ain't.
Then how are you doing that with Lucci? If you all in my face, why are you kicking it with a guy that killed my boy? Thug and them allegedly had something to do with Big Nut getting murdered, all right? And then don't even get me started on the Lil Baby situation. Don't even get me started, all right? don't even get me started. Then you doing the little baby, the mark, like, you know what I'm saying? Just, I'm gonna reload. I'm gonna play that back.
Oh,
just remember this clip.
Shit. Like, and then be fucking with a nigga who you. If somebody told me that shit. If it's me, don't be in my face. Like, with all that shit. Like, and then be fucking with a nigga who you know killed my boy. Like, I ain't gonna keep your bitch ass over there. We ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. Personally, no, I ain't gonna lie. I'm down there treat you like you one of them. Did you feel like it was that way when
Why didn't Lucci treat you like one of them? Lucci still embraced you, and you was middleman in the Lucci thing. So how's that make sense?
Like, even with, like, say the no plugging bankroll situation. Like, you feel like niggas looked at you like, I ain't no issue with you, nigga. I can't really fuck with you like that. That's just what it is. I don't feel like it was that. But get on my land.
What you mean, like? So look, anyway, let's cut this one off and go back to the big bank, right? Let's go back to the big bank situation, and basically, like, let's hear a little bit of him talking about trying to squash it up with YB and Dirk. Now that we've had the context, because apparently, like, now we know how you should really be feeling about things, all right? Don't be coming over here. We picking sides. You damn near got to pick sides. If your homie been killed, Von, Dirk, I ain't posting no Young Boy album. But now we're gonna hear Young Boy back outside with the motion. He trying to piece it up.
Putting shit together just didn't work. Like, why being Dirk? But Dirk popped up, so goddamn, he can't really talk. But I done had conversations with YB, and I had conversations with.
But YB was locked up when you was all blackballing the shit out of him. YB was locked up. Oh, Dirk can't really talk because he's locked up. Yeah, he locked up for allegedly sliding on a guy that ain't have nothing to do with nothing. He locked up trying to slide on Quando Rondo. He didn't want no parts of what Von did that night. Ending up mess around, your shooters ain't hit the right person, they kill his innocent cousin. That's why he's in jail, of his own dumb decisions. Of dumb decision of Von, dumb decision of Dirk. You all just throwing your lives away over nonsense. And now it's like, oh, Dirk can't really squash it because he's in jail. YB was in jail. Where was the squashing it then? When YB was in jail, you was talking about, yeah, you got to pick a side. I can't be cool with you if you cool with someone that hit up my mans.
Dirk people, yeah, type shit. But it ain't work. But goddamn, I done tried it. You know what I'm saying? What you think make you? But can't no nigga patch your shit up though. I patch my shit up. When I patch shit up, I ain't finna say no nigga bang. I'm just saying, but you think if a nigga, what would make you not patch some shit up?
Looking for storage and office solutions? United Rentals has you covered.
And what would make you not even try to make, like, man, y'all need to fix this. Like, I ain't even calling you. That shit too far. What would make me not patch some shit up? Won't nothing make me not patch some shit up as long as what's done to me was done to you too. Like, that was more like the most serious shit. Like, Slime and Luch, that was some serious shit. But most of the shit that niggas be into it about, niggas don't even know why they into it. Right. Like, it be like, shit, bro, I don't know. Like, when it comes down to...
See, that's the thing as well. It's just like, oh, the only way I can patch it up is whatever you done to me, I've got to have done back to you. It's not how it works, bro. And as far as I know, Big Nut got killed. I didn't hear about Thug's manager getting killed by Lucci's people. I'm not condoning that. I'm glad that the beef is over so that we can prevent that happening. But it's like, that ain't really an answer. Like, oh, I could patch anything up as long as I've like got the exact same points on you as you've got on me. It's not how these gang wars work. There's always some ups and downs, and it's like, is Von dead? Von being dead and Quando's cousin being dead? Is that cool? Are we square? Are we even? Can we let that go? Can Young Boy let that go? I don't think Young Boy's trying to let that go. And you were all dunking on him and blackballing him when he was locked up and he couldn't do shit and he couldn't get no love for his albums. He was going through all these situations, and you was out here with Dirk, just all having a great time with Dirk, talking about no. He said no. I said let's go to war about it. 21. This is what I'm saying about picking sides, all right? Like, you really mean to tell me I tried to get Young Boy and Dirk on the phone to squash the beef, but it's not working. Meanwhile, you on a song where Dirk is dissing Quando's cousin that had nothing to do with nothing getting murdered, all right? This is the lyric. This is the hook. You on the hook. You on the hook talking about this.
Damn.
Bro.
Not on the hook, bro. Like, bro, he trying to do him bad now, bro. He say the man on the hook.
Since he died, just come outside and go to war about him. He said, no, I'm thinking that a hoe got him. He said, no, I said, let's go to war about it. Where he go? You better know the more got him. Talking about Quando's cousin dying in front of him and Quando screaming no on the news. You on this song? He said, no, I said, let's go to war about it. Where he go? You better know the more got him. The next words on the song, knock them all down like dominoes. Bro, you knocking them down like dominoes? You think YB gonna ask your cause? Are you joking? Why are you trying to answer your calls after this? You think Quando trying to answer your calls? You want a song with Dirk? Talk about no, and it ain't no, oh, we picking sides, we having to blackball. This ain't about posting no one's album. This ain't about, oh, I didn't post YB's album. You want a song making fun, part of the whole thing. Free my dude Zoo, I'm OTF4L. You locked in, your gangs are linked up. You're OTF4L. You want a song to talk about? No. And then you want to talk about, I tried to get him on the phone, squash it. Bro, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Did you try and get him on the phone to squash the beef after or before you jumped on this song where basically Dirk just mocking Quando for losing his cousin in front of him? And then dudes heard their man scream, they got to turn the sound off. That's about Youngboy. That's saying Youngboy heard Quando on the news screaming, no, he had to turn the sound off because he's so traumatized by seeing his friend see his cousin murdered in front of his eyes. And you want to talk about squashing the beef? Are you joking? Is this a joke? Is this a funny joke? Is this like a satire? It's insane. It's actually insane. So,
this is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a couple other things I wanted to react to in this, but like for real, maybe I should just leave it there because honestly, like, bruh, come on, man. Like you hopping on the song talking about no, I guess the more got it, bro. Are you joking? You want to tell me you tried to squash the beef? I tried to squash the beef, but Dirk was in jail. Could you imagine? If like I can't even put myself in those shoes that somebody had killed my cousin in front of me and I was on the news screaming no, and you supposed to be my man. We got pics together, like 21 and YB got the pics together from back in the day, and then you killed my man, like your man, your boy, like we locked in back in the day with toasting double cups together, and then the next thing I know, you on songs where like my homie that I signed, you got in this whole situation off the back of me. I didn't want no problems. Dude talking about you got Cap in your raps, antagonizing me, flying out my baby mama. He's trying to beat up my artist. God forbid that King Von and them didn't kill Quando Rondo that night because they were all strapped. Lucky that they had a little Tim on their side, okay, to protect him. And then now it's like they didn't want no parts of any of this. And then you got Dirk flying shooters around on fixers around on private jets, bringing people from Chicago to go and kill him. They're killing his innocent cousin. He's screaming no on the news, and then you hopping on a track. You hopping on a track called War About It, and you want to squash the war. You basically just, let me go and give you a feature and some motion for you to go war about it. Like, are you dumb? This is what I mean, bro. And I feel like 21 Savage, he on some main character shit where he can't even remember what he did. Like, address this. We talk about, I tried to squash. He's such a good guy. He tried to squash the beef between YB and Dirk. Where? Was this trying to squash the beef? If you ever been involved, you can't talk about it. I seen a killer do an interview telling. Why you ain't clear that rumor up? No, I'm valid. Like, since he died, just come and sign, go to war about him. Like, what? Why are you doing that? Why are you saying that? You see this, yeah? You see these Alex? You throwing ad-libs. He's saying, where he go? You then know the more go. You saying, yeah. You saying, yeah.
Damn, man, we going to Porter Flavo, man. That's crazy.
Two very different
bro, that shit down,
You're usually getting $35, maybe even $45 in the past.
That's ridiculous.
Switching over Tampa Bay over for that same family, the total cost.
One of Charlamagne the God's closest ally, Amanda Seales, not only exposed them recently, but I think she's planning something diabolical and devious for Charlamagne the God. After a picture surfaced, and I think Charlamagne the God should be very concerned about this picture. A lot of you guys already get it the minute you see this picture, but this is the beautiful Tasha K. This is Amanda Seales, okay? Nobody on planet Earth hates Tasha K more than Charlamagne the God. This is his top nemesis. This is his top. The caption is, Wino, the interview is coming soon, side-eye, fire emoji. Now, the reason why Charlamagne the God should be concerned about that picture, not only is Amanda Seales sitting down with Tasha K very concerning for you, but it should be especially concerning that picture came 2 days, 48 hours after Amanda Seales took to her Instagram Live to air out her grievances with Charlamagne the God. Amanda Seales was on Instagram Live doing miscellaneous things when a fan decided to ask her to do a podcast with Charlamagne the God. Now, before yesterday, that would be a pretty normal request because Amanda Seales and Charlamagne the God have pretty good rapport. We've seen them work together time after time. Charlamagne the God and Amanda Seales have supported each other over the years. So her reaction was pretty unpredictable because Amanda Seales put down everything that she was doing mid-sentence, stopped what she was talking about mid-sentence, and began to unleash on why she would never work with Charlamagne the God again.
However, I think it was only to a certain extent. Because, basically once why would I do a podcast with Charlamagne? Why would I do a podcast with Charlamagne? We had great chemistry until I realized that he was a ridiculous person and he was a snake. So then we don't have great chemistry anymore. He's also not an intellectual. Like, he's read books, he's not a dummy, but he's not an intellectual and he don't got no backbone.
The only thing that surprised me about what she said was calling Charlamagne the God a snake. Because Charlamagne the God, for the most part, has been their useful idiot for a long time. Amanda Seales is just repeating a sentiment I think they all believe. Like, that community, Amanda Seales, Angela Wright, Tiffany Cross, they believe they're better than Charlamagne the God. They believe they're better than most people in black media. They are quote-unquote intellectuals. They believe that they're up here and
they might be better. Hey, why be better?
every one of us is down here. So yes, I do believe that when they turn their backs to Charlamagne the God, they talk about him in this fashion. Right? Of course she thinks she's smarter than Charlamagne the God. Of course she thinks she's better than him. I think that other people, they just play nice with Charlamagne the God because Charlamagne the God has been one of the biggest opportunity givers to them. He's been giving opportunities to them. Amanda Seales just ain't trying to fake kicking no more because they already kicked him to the curb, right? If you guys don't know, during the election when Kamala was running, Amanda Seales went against Kamala and said she's not voting for Kamala, and Kamala needs to do more to earn our vote, and Kamala needs to actually put together a plan. Kamala Harris went at it, and when she went at Amanda Seales, everybody else in that establishment, Charlamagne the God and everybody else, kind of began to back away from Amanda Seales, right? Because Amanda Seales went against the establishment. So Amanda Seales, right now, on any given random live stream she's on, you can see her going off on everybody who's still under that Democratic shield, like Charlamagne the God, Angela Wright, and others. Like, she is very clear that people under that establishment are enemies, according to her.
Democrats and Republicans are on one team. Anybody who doesn't think that, anybody who tells you otherwise, you should not be listening to. That goes for Joy Reid, Angela Wright, Charlamagne, all of them. Anybody who is talking about Democrats as if they are redeemable.
The holidays is coming up. Let me show you how to make a couple extra bucks so you don't have to do shameless grifting like Tim Pool. This channel is sponsored by the Free Cash Reward app. The Free Cash Reward app is a mobile app where you can play video games and do a series of tasks and get paid for it. You won't get rich off this app, but if you need a couple hundred for the holidays, this is the best way to go about it. Technically, it's not free money because you're still trading your time to get the paper, but it's the easiest money you'll make. Like, if you got some free time before bed, or while you watch Netflix, or while you watch YouTube, or while you do certain things on your downtime, you can multitask, right? You can scan my QR code or click the link in my description to download the app. And you can play games while you do things on your downtime and make money at the same time. It's a great second or third source of income, I'm telling you, bro. It's not a scam, it's 100% free. You don't pay money to download the app. You don't have to pay money to win money. If you have free time, download this app and make money now.
For tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
Breaking news. Santa has officially quit.
Santa, you had one job.
Yo, Santa, why? Why? 8 billion people, one Santa. That's why. The world's gotten too big, wish lists, endless. Look, I'm fast, but not that fast. I'm done.
Okay, we've got miracle agentic commerce now.
So easy.
Nexus finds any gift.
My bad, y'all. I'm coming back. Give me 1 second. I use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
He sits here and he regurgitates the same crap, and the people that just challenge, like, remember when he challenged Kamala Harris? Remember when she was on his show? and he was like, so who's actually in charge of the Democrats? You know, Joe Biden or Joe Manchin? And she black womaned him and started saying like, no, absolutely not. He didn't even come back because he didn't have no way to come back at her because he didn't know anything further than what he said. And then they have people on the show and they allow them to just talk their shit, and they don't have the actual knowledge and the actual intellectualism and or the actual backbone to be able to check them and reveal the nonsense that they're spewing, and whether that's Larry Elder or that other broad.
Call her what you want, but you can say she's wrong. Mama, I mean, that has been a consistent complaint. That has been something that, not Flacco, right? I haven't been saying this because y'all like to call me a hater. But if you go to the Breakfast Club comments, whenever they have people...
Yeah, I'm back, so I gotta catch up what the hell they were talking about. Let me see what the hell they're talking about.
On like Ben Shapiro or Larry Elder, and you go to the comment section, they say, Brett, people who were on here to talk to Ben Shapiro or talk to Larry Elder or talk to these like political voices, these people are not like politically like caught up, right? Like they're not.
They don't know what's going on.
They're not smart enough. They don't have their facts together. They are incapable of going to war or going toe to toe with Ben Shapiro and Larry Elder. So she's not wrong at all. So far, she's not wrong. Right? So far at this point, the only thing that's in my mind is what's making her be so honest today? Right? Because, hey, listen, man, say what you want. I've been hard on Amanda Seals on this channel, man, but right?
And now today they wanna drop the bomb on.
Now she cooking. I'm sorry, bro. Right? Y'all can hate me for being for giving Amanda Seals a compliment. Right now she cooking. I feel like they done ousted Amanda Seals from out the good old boys club, bro. Now right now she ain't got no friends and she ain't trying to fake kick it with nobody, bro. My only question is, why is she choosing today, to be honest? Well, it looks like she believes that Charlamagne the God did her wrong, and she answered my question shortly after.
Or the guy from the ADL, etc. Like, stick to rappers. Yes, Charles can say whatever, and then he depends him. So, go for it, Playboy, but that's not my people's no more. I don't do Christmas anymore, so my mom doesn't do Christmas anymore. What is that? What's your point? Back in the day is not today. And it's funny how people show you love when you're beneath them. And then once you start finding your footing, it's funny how they don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, people know who they can control. People know who they can't control a lot of times. And so I think there's just been many times where I was confused as to why people weren't looking out for me, only to realize, like, oh, it's because they can't control me, and they know that. Because they want to work with people who they will always have a thumb on. Like, I had a show called The Big Seals, which was basically like a mockumentary show. The name also, it developed into Amanda Seals is Difficult. And it was going to be like a mockumentary of me working in Hollywood. And Charlamagne was going to executive produce it. And so we were pitching it.
I can't even say that show.
VH1, and then his
that's crazy.
Manager and his business manager claimed that he created it.
The reason why they're claiming to be a creator because they want executive producer credits. Because if they're not talent and they're not a producer on it and they didn't create it, then essentially Charlamagne the God and his business manager would pretty much just be giving her the alley-oop to give her the alley-oop and not really get anything back in return. But Amanda Seals is a creative at heart. And if she creates something,
yeah, that's another thing, bro. When we create shit on the internet as creators and all this other stuff, bro, like that's you. That's your shit. Even when you reacting to shit, like that's how you reacted to that actual footage. You
And
did.
if it's her concept, and you just approach her and say, "Hey, I'll help you pitch your concept," you can't tell her, "Hey, I want to, have some type of like creative credits on this." That's not how that works. I'll let you in on an insider secret that not too many people know. So when Joe Budden left Everyday Struggle, Revolt and Diddy wanted to bring academics to Revolt as well, right? And have Everyday Struggle on Revolt. Now, like academics was open to it, like he was down, right? Like he was open. So academics and his attorneys began to talk to Revolt.
Today I received
That's his boy, so we'll see. That's his boy.
Now, during those conversations, academics learned that Charlamagne the God was gonna get executive producer credits on the Everyday Struggle show with Joe Budden and DJ Academics that was already created at Complex. Why would Charlamagne the God get executive producer credits on Everyday Struggle? That was a show created by Joe Budden and Academics on Complex, and they were just taking it to Revolt because Complex didn't want to give Joe an extra $10,000 a month. That's because Charlamagne the God was throwing the alley-oop. Charlamagne the God, was taking credit for introducing, academics to Revolt.
Basically, he was doing a DJ Khaled. That's what he was doing. He was doing a DJ Khaled. He was doing what's the dude's name in gospel? The dude that got the stomp song, I forget it. Kurt Franklin, yeah, that's his name. Kurt Franklin. He did a Kurt Franklin.
When Revolt was going to reach out to academics regardless, because if they want Everyday Struggle, they was going to reach out. It's odd. But Charlamagne the God wanted executive producer credits because he introduced academics to Revolt. That's how that worked. So because he was introducing Amanda Seales to the networks, he wanted executive producer credits. Amanda Seales says, "No, you're now trying to snake me out of what I created."
And then it was his idea. And my agent was like, "No, that's not how, no." And they were standing on that. Like, well, we're not gonna move forward unless he gets creator credit because he created it. He did not create it. And then I had to call him and be like, "I need you to call your people and get them in line." And I don't care, but why would they even feel like they could do that? Why would they even have that idea in their mind? Why had that not been clarified from jump? Is what common in Hollywood. People stealing your idea? Hell yeah. That's the Hollywood way. People throw their name on your joint as executive producer, and all of a sudden it's their joint.
The more she explained, you get a deeper understanding of why her being listed as the sole creator of this is important. See, Amanda Seales believes that she's pure. But she believes that her interest is pure and her agenda is pure and is to serve who she wants to serve. But when she looks at Charlamagne the God and she looks at other people in Charlamagne the God's position and other people on the left, Amanda Seales believes that they serve something that she don't serve. And that's the big Z word that gets you in trouble if you say it. But she breaks down, I'll be real fluently, how Charlamagne the God and others serve something a little different from what she serves. And because they serve something different from what she serves, she can't make you a creator of her stuff. Because you are serving something that she don't serve, and she don't know what you...
I don't know what's going on, but I do know that this is a weird category.
With your, percentages or invested interest into her creation, right? You could get on as an executive producer and then turn her creation into something to serve something else that she don't want it to serve.
So, Glamour know, Mitch, the fact that you're calling yourself us Democrats is deeply disturbing to me. I don't know how in 2025 anybody with sense is referring to themselves as us Democrats. You are not in a gang. You are not in a clique. You are not in a sorority fraternity called the Democrats. They literally do nothing for anybody. So I'm confused as to why folks are still falling for this. And you know, Charlemagne comes down on the Democrats, but he does not in any way challenge them in the way that they need to be challenged. It's always the same crap, which is you guys don't try to win. You guys are always, you know, playing soft. Yeah, that's because they are in cahoots. They're all served by the same God, Zionism. So here we are in 2025, and you see what's going on with the merging on a overt level of capitalism.
What I will say is the craziest thing about the movie The Matrix, and I got a short about The Matrix. Y'all check out Indigo Sky and The Matrix. Put that in the search bar as shorts. But yeah, yeah, this is different.
Of Zionism.
Oh, what I was saying about the Zionism, the movie The Matrix, that's what they kept talking about that in the movie.
Of media.
And it's like basically people, the wool is getting pulled off of people like that. We basically seeing everything going on. Like they saying like a lot of shit rigged. Yeah, I don't want to go on all that.
And you should
yeah.
understand that this is all very, very hard power.
This might sound blasphemous, and please don't hurt me for this, man. But the longer you sit, you start to wonder, man, was Amanda Seales the hero all along? Now, she did a lot of wrongs in her life, but right now she's spitting. Right now, she is cooking. And if this is what she stands for, and this the type time she's on, then we gotta rock with her. Because if she is speaking on this, man, then you kind of gotta wonder, man, hold on, bro. Was Amanda Seales hero all along? Now, there are certain things we can't get over, like her false accusations against that innocent man, all right? Her going off on Shannon Sharp after Shannon Sharp gave her one of the biggest platforms of her life. But in regards to this and the Charlemagne situation, I gotta give it to her, man. She kind of cooking with this one. Let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this? Do y'all believe that Amanda Seales is cooking? Do y'all believe what she's saying? Let me know in the comment section, okay? And if you're still watching this video and you want to watch another good video, then click on this video right here on my screen to find out why I believe that.
And we're gonna go to Willie D Live. I think it's Willie D Live. Let me see.
Considering
hold on, give me a second. Let me keep on. Yeah, Willie D Live. Y'all check out Willie D Live. One of the greats in rap history.
Look at Sharon. Why is Sharon looking like that? Sharon is looking like that because he just blew $13 million having an affair with his assistant, the chick on the right. $13 million over some booty. Family.
$13 million, bro. Like, bro, what you got going on, my nigga? Like 13 million for some booty? Come on.
Oh man, you got to get into this.
Y'all check out Willie D Live, man. One of the greatest old school compartments of the group. Ghetto Boys. Him, Scarface, Willie D. Yeah, that was a good mix.
Ex-Michigan coach Sharon Moore remains in police custody under investigation after being fired for inappropriate relationship. Former Michigan head coach Sharon Moore remains in police custody on Thursday after he was fired for calls on Wednesday and then detained by police for investigation into potential charges. Michigan said Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. According to ESPN, no decision on charges is expected Thursday, and Moore is set to appear in court for arraignment on Friday. This is according to Michigan. This is the statement that was released. head football coach Sharon Moore has been terminated with cause, effective immediately. Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel said in a statement, following a university investigation, credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Dude, you making $13 million. You got a $13 million contract.
And you fucking with a bitch at the job. 13 million, bro. 13, you making 13, you got another 13 million to get, and you drop that for a bitch on the campus.
And you messing with a chick that ain't even making six figures. You lose everything dog. To a chick who can't even help you replace your income. Come on, man. Moore, according to Wetzel, was then detained by police in Saline, Michigan, which sits just south of Ann Arbor. On Wednesday night, he was turned over to police in Pittsfield Township for an investigation into potential charges. Moore was eventually taken into custody at the Washtenaw County Jail. Officials said that was done after an alleged assault investigation that took place early on Wednesday afternoon, and that the incident does not appear to be random in nature. Further specifics about the incident or any charges that Moore may be facing are not yet known. Michigan named associate head coach.
Man, they say the man got the girl pregnant. He went out there with a knife, threatening her, threatening his own life. It was crazy, bro. Like, buddy crashed out. We don't want no crash outs,
as
man.
the team's interim coach. So here's Moore, 39 years old, who was hired as Michigan's head coach in 2018. And, looked like everything was going great. He was the Wolverines' offensive coordinator during their undefeated national championship run through the 2023 season. And he was promoted to replace Jim Harbaugh when Harbaugh left to become head coach of Los Angeles Chargers. That made Moore the first Black full-time head coach in Michigan history. And just like that, he blew it. Moore finished 18-8, leading the Wolverines. They went 8-5 during his first season at the helm and just finished a 9-3 run this past season. He won his first two games against Ohio State in their rivalry matchup too, including one in 2023 when he was serving as the interim head coach while Harbaugh was suspended. Ohio State beat Michigan's 27-9 last month. Michigan is set to take on Texas in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl later this month too. Now look, fam, this dude, let's look at the money. Moore had 3 years left on his initial 5-year deal with Michigan, according to USA Today. Michigan paid Moore about $6.1 million for the 2025 season. His payout earlier this month was just shy of $14 million. But since the school has fired him for cause, the Wolverines will avoid having to pay Moore's buyout altogether. You
Damn.
dummy.
Damn.
Tune in to
That's
GTV.
crazy, bro. Like, bro,
It's a Georgia thing.
Who needs to go out when you have the coziest spot in town? It's Friday night, which means it's movie night with my mini-me.
That's crazy, dog.
Man, how hard is it, bro, to keep the thing in your pants and pull it out when appropriate? Come on, man. You're 39 years old.
39, bro.
By the time a man is 39 years old, he's supposed to know better. Okay,
Definitely.
let's take into
You telling
account
the
that, hey,
truth.
you know, men mature at a later age and all this kind of stuff, right? But once a man does mature, he's supposed to know better. And by the time you hit those mid-30s, by the time you hit those 30s, but especially in the mid-30s, you're supposed to know all the do's and the don'ts. He's supposed to know better. Come on, man. And you got a wife and kids, and you blow the bag like that? Come on, man. Come on, Sharon. Come on, Sharon, man. How you blow the bag like that? How you blow the bag like that?
Damn. Yeah, that's rough, bro. That's horrible, dog. Like, you got 2 young kids, bro. Like, you threw everything away,
If
bro.
you want to mess around, I'm not saying this is a good idea. I do believe that men should do their best and women should do their best to be loyal, be faithful. If you're in a relationship, if you want to cheat,
Yeah, if you're in a relationship, be faithful. Definitely be faithful. I'm telling you, it's the best thing.
you don't really have to cheat, because all you got to do is just let the person know, look, I'm not with that. I'm not with this. I'm not with you. This is what I'm doing. This is how I get down. You down with that? You cool with that? Yeah, cool. Okay, let's go. You ain't cool with that? Okay, cool. Well, this is what I'm doing. You want to leave me? This is what I do. It ain't that hard. There's somebody for everybody. If that's the life you want to live. But this dude, just imagine how embarrassing that is for his kids and his wife.
That's horrible. That's what I was thinking about.
You did that. I would be, fam, I would just because of how things turn out so often, I would be very cautious. I would be spooked about having an extramarital affair. Especially, if I'm a black man, especially with a white woman, I would be extremely spooked. Because here's the deal. I don't know, some of y'all better pull up a chair. Let me tell you something I know. First of all, if you have an extramarital affair and you are a prominent person, even if you're not a prominent person, but if you're a prominent person, not only does that person you have an affair with have something on you, they have something on you double. Because now you are a prominent figure.
That's definitely right.
And that's a lot for some.
That's right. That's definitely right, bro. Like, you ain't lying about that, bro. They got something on you.
To have on you. Women in general, we've seen enough cases where women have went to the doorsteps of the women who messed around with their men and said, hey, this is what's going on. Women will make that phone call and let you know, you're messing with my man. He better right in Shirley. Y'all remember that? Shirley called and said, hey, I think it was Shirley was the one who had the man who messing around. Anyway, it was some phone call. The ladies know what I'm talking about. There was a phone call on a Betty Wright record. I think it was, the record was called Woman to Woman. And the woman called to tell the other woman about the was messing with her man. The women gonna tell on you. They gonna tell. Especially.
I mean, that's true because that record old as hell. That's an old ass record. That Woman to Woman that Shirley I forget, it was Shirley something.
If you black, she gonna pull that card, bro. The moment she figure it out, oh, you don't wanna rock with her? You ain't rocking with her no more? Now she finna expose you. So if she expose you, see, he don't have the problem with just having to be confronted by his wife. Because of his position and because of the position that he had over her, the power he had over her, he put his job in jeopardy.
Hey man, y'all kicking me in the Karma Cafe. I want y'all to like, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell. Again, that last video we was reacting to was Willie D Live. Y'all go check him out too. Hey man, peace and one.